Okay, good evening. Welcome to our good evening. Welcome to our April regular council meeting. And given these few announcements to make, part of it has to do with a crowd, and we appreciate having a crowd. Okay, so if you wish to speak, just a reminder, you need to fill out a speaker card, okay? Because anybody that wishes to speak, we do want to hear from you. Okay. Speaker cards must be completely filled out with the ordinance or resolution numbers. If you don't know them, let us know what item you want to speak on if you don't know when we call you to speak, okay? And you can always ask one of our staff members for assistance. For everyone to know, the moratorium ordinance that's up for adoption tonight is number 6903AA, and it is on the packet under ordinances for adoption, okay? If we reach capacity and you do not wish to speak or have already spoken, please consider giving up your seat in chambers and letting someone who is here to speak sit inside. I don't think we have many people outside. And the last point is that purely for security reasons, members of the public may not enter the staff area in the front of the dais, okay? So thank you, appreciate your cooperation. With that said, I'm gonna ask Councilman Fitzgerald to lead us in the prayer, and I'm gonna ask Councilman Canulet to lead us in the pledge. Yeah, pledge first, Chris.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Let us pray. Lord, we come before you tonight, not out of contempt and contention, but out of a purpose to try to reach conclusions that benefit us all with your blessing. Guide us, help us to come up with the most beneficial aspects of our issues. Lead us to the light. Let us leave in agreement, and bless this meeting with our thanks for having the privilege of meeting in a free country. In your name, amen.
Amen.
Jesus.
Ms. Katrina, call the roll, please.
Mr. Dean?
Here.
Mr. Fitzgerald?
Here.
Ms. Casabon?
Here.
Mr. Lorino?
Here.
Mr. Taladano?
Present.
Ms. Tanner?
Here.
Mr. Davis?
Here.
Mr. Canulet?
Here.
Mr. Mike Smith? Ms. O'Brien?
Here.
Mr. Drum?
Here.
Mr. Bender?
Here.
Mr. Airy?
Here.
And Mr. TJ Smith?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. Okay, first item is presentations. Presentation of proclamation to the St. Tammany Parish Government Employee of the Month, President Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Parish Council. This is the part of the agenda where I have the privilege of honoring one of our employees as Employee of the Month. And this evening, I have the honor of presenting this proclamation to Ms. Myrta Cardenas of our Utilities Department. And I'm going to ask Myrta to come up here while I present this proclamation. Now, look, you've been here a while. You don't need to be nervous. I'm going to ask you to hold this while I read from the big print. Whereas in September 2003, Myrta Cardenas began her service to the people of St. Tammany Parish as Executive Secretary for the Parish Council. And in 2011, she accepted a position as Billing Assistant in the Parish Utilities Department. And whereas Myrta has always worked to provide excellent customer service and is responsible for setting up new services, generating and distributing customer billing, and acting as a point of contact for any service issue a customer may have. And whereas Myrta is always willing to go over and above standard expectations and prove to be an invaluable asset during the recent pandemic, when she single-handedly kept in operation the Coop Drive Utilities Office while our co-workers provided services from their homes. As you know, we worked remotely for a part of the time. And Myrta unselfishly kept the offices open to help our citizens. Whereas Myrta has an outgoing, positive, can-do attitude and an exceptional willingness and desire to help others. And whereas Myrta takes great pride in her work and is a valued member of our utilities team. She's an outstanding, devoted servant of St. Tammany Parish and performs her duties in an exemplary manner. Now, therefore, I, Michael B. Cooper, as Parish President of the great Parish of St. Tammany, do hereby recognize the hard work, dedication, and accomplishments of Myrta Cardenas as Employee of the Month for April 2022, and encourage all employees and members of the Parish Council to thank her for her contributions and commitment to St. Tammany Parish. Congratulations, Myrta. I'm honored to do this. Okay? If you look right here, we're going to take a picture of it. Would you like to say anything? We have a small crowd here tonight, so if you'd like to say.
I just feel very fortunate to just to work for the parish. I didn't think that I'd be here as long as I did. I came because of the hours, because I work for my kids, but it's been a blessing, and it's a privilege to work for the people of St. Tammany.
Very good. Would you introduce your family? Just who's here with your family? Who's here with your family?
I have my son and my husband, Fabian Jr. and Senior, with me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Myrta.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's it.
President Cooper, adopt upon presentation, Madisonville Junior High students.
So we're honored to have students from Madisonville Junior High School to tell us a little bit about the Adopt Upon program that they participated in, and to introduce them is Spaff Goodnow with St. Tammany Parish Government. He's a program manager for this program, and he's going to introduce the members of the Madisonville Junior High. Spaff?
Thank you, President Cooper. Thank you, Council, for this opportunity. My name is Spaff Goodnow. I'm with St. Tammany Parish Planning Department. We maintain 72 detention and retention ponds within the parish. They're all part of our stormwater management system. And we developed a program a number of years ago, probably started in 2013, called the Adopt Upon program, which was created to raise public awareness and the critical roles that the ponds play in our communities, including water quality, stormwater storage, and management of habitat, community green space, recreation, and aesthetic value. The program was funded by Councilman Dean Toledano and Canulet, And we had some corporate sponsors that were involved with us also, Sunbelt Innovative Plastics, Duplantis Design Group, and Home Depot. Through the program, we have created partnerships with St. Tammany Parish Schools, Louisiana Sea Grant, the LSU Ag, and the program was designed to promote science, technology, engineering, and math curriculum with hands-on experience. The participating schools have received classroom and field educational opportunities in stormwater management, engineering, water quality, wetland habitats, community resilience, public stewardship, and career potential. Benefits to our community for the students, hands-on experience with engineering, chemistry, landscape architecture, biology, ecology, and other STEM-related careers. Our environment has seen improvements in water quality with these programs being put in. We've created habitat through tree plantings for a cleaner environment and created green space for the public. Citizens of St. Tammany have had better use of their tax dollars by reducing labor, fuel, and mechanical costs. Otherwise, the way we would have been managing these systems. Environmental stewardship, improved water quality, and stormwater management assets are improved, as well as recreation. And without further ado, I would like to introduce Madisonville Junior High's teacher, Crystal Addison.
Thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to present to you. I'm going to go ahead and just let my students take it away because they are really excited to share with you all of their information. So, come on up.
Hi, I'm Beja Lopes Morgan.
Hi, I'm Connor Frazier.
Hi, I'm Braden Saglabine.
Hello, I'm Olivia Hecht.
Hello, I'm Ella Richardson.
And we're students from Madisonville Junior High. Today we're here to speak to you about the Adopt a Pond program, which we had the opportunity to participate in.
Here, during this trip, we were given the opportunity to plant over 100 trees in the Pine Creek subdivision near LES off of Paraloo. In doing so, we were also able to test the water qualities of a local stream, including the salinity, dissolved oxygen levels, and the turbidity of the body of water. In doing this, we were taught a valuable lesson on ecology, including the pond organisms and some of the environmental issues we were facing.
So there are many benefits to the Adopt a Pond planting trip, like the trees. They provide scenery for the residents, oxygen through photosynthesis, reduce erosion, and provide a habitat for local wildlife. It also reduces the spread of pollutants such as phosphates and nitrates into waterways, which can cause overpopulation of algae and oxygen dead zones, which eventually affects bigger waterways.
Most of the results were normal, but some of the results were abnormal. For example, the turbidity, which measures water clarity, was 19.7 centimeters. This means that the water would have to be about this deep before the bottom would be able to be seen. This indicates a high level of sediment. Additionally, the nitrate and phosphate contents were very high. Nitrate had an average of 9.8 parts per million, and phosphate an average of 3.5 parts per million, when both of these should be less than or 1 parts per million. Both of these numbers indicate an excess amount of nutrients from fecal matter and fertilizers, which can lead to possible hypoxic environments.
We had many great things to say about our ecological expedition. Rebecca F., a 7th grader, said, "I enjoyed everything. It was a fun learning experience that helps the environment. I love the program and I'd love to do it again. This emphasizes the positive impact that it had on us." Several schools get to experience the Adopt a Pond. Several schools get to go on the Adopt a Pond experience. Channel 13 highlighted a few of those in this video.
Sorry, guys. I was gonna say you do. All right, so we're having some technical difficulties with the video, so we're going to go ahead and just skip it.
We are certainly thankful for the opportunity provided to us. Not only were we able to broaden our understanding of how environments like these work, but we were also able to practice being citizen scientists. This activity provided a fun, enjoyable learning opportunity that deviated from orthodox teaching methods. In addition to being enjoyable and educational, this activity generally improved the overall quality of our environment. We would like to thank the St. Tammany Parish government, including Mr. Dean, Mr. Teledano, and Mr. Canulet. We would like to thank the St. Tammany Parish School Board, Sea Grant, and the LSU Ag Center. We are especially grateful to our Madisonville Junior High principal, Ms. Nelson, and our amazing science teacher, Ms. Addison. We would love to answer questions you might have now.
Council, any questions? Terrific presentation.
Thank you.
Mr. Dean,
Mr. Toledano.
Mr. Bender, thank you very much.
Let him take a photo.
Yeah.
Mr. Toledano.
Yeah, thank you very much. On behalf of the other two sponsors, along with all of our councilmen here in St. Tammany Parish, I just want to say first that somebody in this community must be doing something right to produce great kids like this who are motivated. But we all should learn a great lesson here, because what they did is they took a constructive approach to a problem or a potential problem. They analyzed it and they provided great data. They are to be congratulated beyond what words can say, and it's a pleasure to have had them here tonight. Thank you very much.
We appreciate you letting us to present to you.
Okay, item 3 on the presentations, presentation to the Mandeville Lions for their 75th anniversary. Ms. O'Brien.
Well, it is always an honor and a privilege to present to people in my district, but this presentation is so very special. As you're about to hear, you're going to find out about what the Mandeville Lions have been doing. 75 years of service have been provided to the local community and beyond by the Mandeville Lions Club. Their contributions have been documented and pictures have been archived that testify to their generous support. It is well known that historically, lions form unique friendships and meaningful connections that can last a lifetime. Locally, it was the neighboring Covington Lions Club that sponsored the Mandeville Lions Club in 1946. The earliest membership was composed of local civic-minded citizens of Mandeville who wanted to make a difference in their own community's way of life. During this period, the club's membership served as a line of support to the citizens of Mandeville when there were no others available to help. Mandeville Lions Club members know by experience that when you become a Lion, you become part of a global network of volunteers working together to make a difference. You lead by example, build relationships, and improve the world through kindness. These caring men and women serve together so they can make a lasting impact and change more lives. So we are so proud to be a part of this evening for you and recognize all the tremendous work you have done. And let me read this certificate that we have from our parish government. St. Tammany Parish Government Certificate of Recognition. The St. Tammany Parish Government desires to recognize Mandeville Lions Club for their 75 years of service and dedication to the Mandeville community. Through leading by example, building relationships, and improving the world through kindness, the Mandeville Lions Club makes lasting impacts and changes lives in our community. The commitment and dedication of this group is greatly appreciated by the citizens of St. Tammany Parish, and we look forward to their continued legacy of community support for many years to come. Thank you, gentlemen, for a wonderful job. Now, Mr. Rick Denny is going to introduce all the members who are here today.
Thank you, Maureen. Thank you, Council, for having us and recognizing us. My name is Rick Denny. I'm the current president of the Lions Club. This is David Workman. He's our president-elect. David will be stepping in July 1st to take over the club. I also have one of our seasoned members, Louis Minette, 40 years as a Lion in Mandeville.
All right.
He just recently got a recognition from our district governor and an international member for his service to the community and to the Lions. And then I also have Richard Norris, who has several titles. He's the immediate past president, and he's also the district president or governor-elect, let me get that right. So he's going to cover an area from Laplace to Baton Rouge all the way up through Opelousas. So he's going to have his hands full next year. And we just want to thank y'all. We look forward to another 75 years of helping the community and helping such organizations like James Samaritan, the Miracle League, Special Olympics. We donate a lot to the Lions Children's Camp is that Leesville, Richard? It's right outside of Leesville, and several kids from the area go all the time to enjoy a week of camp fun in the summertime. And then one of the groups that's near and dear to our heart is the Samaritan Center, the food bank in Old Mandeville. And we're very proud that in the new building they're putting, which has a grand opening coming up pretty soon, we were able to donate the money so they could put a lift in. And they didn't have to build the ramp to meet all the ordinances to go down one side and up the other. It saved them a lot of time and it helps with their building. So once again, thank you. We look forward to another 75 years of service. Thank you, Maureen. Thanks a lot. Thank
Thank you. Okay, moving to appointments. Item 1 is resolution to appoint Kimberly Brechtel to fill a vacancy on the board of the commissioners for the Commission on Cultural Affairs. This is a parish-wide appointment. Do I have a motion to appoint? Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Drummond, second by Ms. Tanner. Let me also say that since it's parish-wide, well, first of all, are there any other nominations? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the floor. So we have a motion and a second on Ms. Brechtel, but in order to suspend the rules, we'll need a motion to suspend the rules. Motion by Mr. Toledano, seconded by Mr. David Fitzgerald. Let's vote on the motion to suspend the rules.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Thank you. Okay, now we have a motion and a second to appoint Ms. Kimberly Brechtel. Please vote.
Mr. TJ, what was your vote? With a verbal yes from Mr. TJ Smith, the motion is unanimous with one absent.
Thank you. Is Ms. Brechtel, is she happen to be? Ms. Brechtel, come on up so we can congratulate you. This is Ms. Kimberly Brechtel.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you for your willingness to serve. Keep us updated.
Sure will. Thank you so
Thank
much for
you.
the opportunity.
You're welcome. Okay, item 2 is resolution to appoint Amanda Stapleton to replace Samantha Goodwin, whose term has expired, on the Community Action Agency Advisory Board. Again, this is parish-wide, so we would need a future, in a little bit, a motion to suspend and adopt. Do I have a motion to appoint Ms. Amanda Stapleton? Motion by Mr. T.J. Smith, seconded by Mr. Kurt Drum. Yes, saw him first. Do we have any other nominations? Okay, seeing none, I'll close that. So first, I'll need, Mr. TJ, a motion to suspend the rules to adopt. Okay, and seconded by Mr. Canulet. Please vote on suspending the rules.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Thank you. Need a motion and a second to appoint Ms. Amanda Stapleton. Mr. T.J. Smith, seconded by Ms. O'Brien. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Thank you. Is Ms. Amanda Stapleton happen to be here? Okay, well, congratulations on Ms. Stapleton. Okay, moving to the consent calendar. As of right now, we have no ordinances for introduction pulled. On resolutions, we have resolution number 3, resolution CS number C-6586. We have resolution 6, resolution CS number 6589. We have resolution number 7, resolution CS number C-6590. And we have resolution 10, resolution CS number C-6593. Going to the council, does anyone on the council wish to pull any ordinances for introduction first? Mr. Lorino.
Yes, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Could you pull 6936, please?
Yes, sir.
That's ordinance for introduction.
Okay, pull 6936.
6936.
6936, number 13.
Yes, sir.
Okay, anyone else? On this side, Mr. Smith.
I just want to double check and make sure 6589's been pulled. Okay.
Yes, under resolutions, yes. Okay. Anyone else wish to pull an ordinance for introduction? Okay. Let's move to resolutions. Anyone on the council wish to pull any resolutions not mentioned as already pulled? Seeing no one, President Cooper or the audience? No? Okay. So need a motion and a second to adopt the consent calendar rather than the items pulled. Motion by Mr. Jimmy Davis, seconded by Mr. Canulet. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
Thank you. First item pulled is under ordinances for introduction, Item 13, ordinance calendar number 6936, an ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish to reclassify a certain parcel located on the northern boundary of Interstate 12 and Louisiana Highway 1088, which flanks the northeast and western boundaries of the existing Wadsworth Plan Unit Development, Mandeville, in which property comprises a total of 826.74 acres of land, more or less, from its A2 suburban district, A3 suburban district, A4 single-family residential, and PBC1 planned business campus to an AML Advanced Manufacturing and Logistics District, Ward 4, District 5, Mr. Lorino. 5 and 7, excuse me, Mr. Lorino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could, maybe the administration could explain that a little bit. And a citizen asked me to pull it, Ms. Stevens. I don't know if she's here or not, but she may be. Okay. Would you, whoever wants to bring that up for me, and then we'll have Ms. Stevens come up, please. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes, sir, Councilman.
Mr. Mazengill. Do you want to explain that?
Yes, he was asking, he had some questions on the
Sure.
Wadsworth piece.
No, sir. All I want to know is explain it to me, if you don't mind.
I can. So the Wadsworth piece is an anchor as a part of a bigger strategy, so we could actually have a dedicated corridor for advanced manufacturing and logistics. You might recall a project that we all worked on for quite some time. We was trying to avoid having that project again. The administration's played a leadership role in that, along with Ross Liner, ourselves, and the owner. And so as a result of that, Wadsworth is about 156 acres. We recognized that we needed to do a corridor for strategic planning purposes. And so we've been putting forth an effort, a coordinated effort with the landowner, the parish, to make sure that we're building for the future. So when we have other major logistics and distribution projects, we have the right place, the right infrastructure, and the right opportunity to capture that business.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Massengill.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I think Mr. Jeff Shane wanted to comment on it also.
Okay. Mr.
If
Shane.
you call him up.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity. Jeff Shane of the Jones Fussell firm, P.O. Box 1810 in Covington. I wanted to mention that I represent Crosby Land Development, the petitioner in this case, that has put together the assemblage of property, some 800-plus acres. And again, as Mr. Massengill said, really with the assistance of the administration, Mr. Massengill, his organization, and others, we believe that we're creating a very fertile field that could provide some real opportunity for economic expansion in an area where we have good infrastructure at the 1088 I-12 intersection, and quite frankly, a place where we ought to be trying to attract high-quality business, good jobs, and increase the tax base in St. Tammany. So on behalf of my client, we certainly hope that the council will see fit to introduce this ordinance this evening and keep it moving through the process, recognizing that in due course we'll have to go through the development process when we're ready. But this will give us the opportunity to have the zoning to attract the high-quality businesses that we'd like to bring to our parish.
Thank you, Mr. Shane. I appreciate it.
Yes,
Thank you,
sir.
Mr. Bender. And I think Ms. Stevens would like to come up and
Ms. Stevens?
Good evening. It's good to see all of you. Excuse me, I'm just getting over COVID, so if I cough, just ignore me. What concerned me about this particular project is the reason why the majority of people are here tonight, and that has to do with the proposed moratorium. What we have here are half of the room, I'm sure, are home builders seeking to remain employed and to create a great environment for people to move here. So in this particular piece of property, we already know that the property in front, that fronts I-12, has a PUD over it, has already been developed, has already been approved, but has never yet been started. There's maybe 100 homes in that particular development, and it looks like a TND, and it looks like a really good one. Why they've not started it, I don't know. But if you look at this particular petition with this 826.7 acres that's in your packet, you'll see that right now it is predominantly A2, which is one of the lowest density residential zonings. Another portion of it is A3, and another portion of it is A4. All of that is ripe, ready to go, ready to build on, already zoned appropriately, in a great spot because it's not overdeveloped in that particular location. And as I say, the Asby portion in the front, or Wadsworth portion in the front, is already ready to go as well. And there's been a plan approved for quite some time. So now you're going to take this 800 acres that's already ready to go, that these people could start building on tomorrow, and you're going to make it AMZ, or AML, which is the highest commercial use per square foot. You can put 1 million square foot building in the AML zoning category. Nobody's done it yet. It was only created for Medline. Of course, Medline, we all know about that story. I'm not saying that this area is not a good place for it, but this particular rezoning tonight is not a good idea. This is not the night to do it. We really need to think about this, because if we need places to develop for residential, we've got them here. We've got low impact, already zoned, ready to go land to be developed in this particular location. And it's a perfect location. It's near the high school. It's ready to go. This is a bad choice on the worst possible day you could be considering it. And I'm shocked that none of you noticed this. The other point that you need to consider is the fact that if they put a large facility, which will be a warehouse, AML is warehouse use, 1 million square feet, they're going to get ITEP tax abatement, so we're not going to get diddly squat for 10 years. All of the monies that would be collected will go elsewhere. They'll go back to the developer, they'll get impact fees, because all of this is wetlands. If you look on floodfactor.com, you'll see that this particular area is blue, 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 which means it's covered with wetlands and it's got drainage problems. The two areas that this particular site will drain to are either the Ponchatoula to the north or the Chinchuba to the south. Those are part of President Cooper's studies that are ongoing right now, and those deserve to be completed before you approve this particular piece of property for this monumentally impactful decision. There are other places you could go. This is not the best place for it because of the way it sits right now, and I would urge you to deny this tonight or postpone it till after you've had the moratorium discussion, and there are some other plans in place to do things a little bit better in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay,
Thank
you, Mr. Lorino. And of course, just for everyone's information, this can only be a motion and a second tonight to move it from introduction to a possible adoption next month, okay? So that's tonight is simply a motion and a second to introduce. So do I have a motion to introduce? Motion by Mr. Dean, seconded by Mr. Lorino. That's all we need. Thank you. No, excuse me. Excuse me. No, that's all I need. Yeah, I got it right. Okay, on resolutions, is bond counsel here? Okay. Okay, Jason's here, okay. Item 3 is resolution CS number 6586, a resolution approving the issuance of not exceeding $28,500,000 of refunding revenue bonds and not exceeding $99 million of total revenue subordinate lien refunding bonds of the Greater New Orleans Expressway Commission in one or more series and providing for other matters in connection therewith. Yes, sir. Welcome.
Hey, good afternoon. Brennan Black with Foley & Udell. Not lucky enough for Jason today. I believe Carlton Dufour Show with the Causeway is outside.
Okay.
as well as Kent Scheck-Snyder, who is the municipal advisor. This is just a straight refunding, looking to refinance the 13, 14, and 17 bonds for savings. No new money, nothing unusual here.
I have a question, seeing no one in the queue. Do you know what the current interest rate is on these bonds, and what the approximate interest rate might come in at on a refinancing?
I'm going to defer that to the municipal advisor who just walked in.
Okay.
Hello, Kent Scheck-Snyder with System Securities. I missed the question. I was trying to go through
Okay.
security.
Thank you, sir. So your current interest rate that you're looking to refinance, any idea what the current interest rate that is being paid now, and an approximation of what the refinanced interest rate could be?
The current rates on the bonds range anywhere, as I recall, from about 3.5% to 5%.
Okay.
And we're hoping to get lower depending on when we actually go to market. We actually need your approval. We're going to go get bond commission's approval later this month as well, and then hopefully enter the market sometime in May. But,
Okay.
It's anybody's guess at this point, given the market and where rates have been on what type of interest rate we're going to get. But
Okay.
we're looking to do this just for savings.
Understood. Thank you very much. Anyone else? I don't see anyone in the queue. No one else? Thank you, sir. Need a motion and a second? Motion by Mr. Toledano, seconded by Mr. Dean. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
Thank you. Resolution number 6 is CS number 6589, resolution to concur, not concur, with the Town of Pearl River annexation and rezoning of .96 acres, more or less, from Parish A2 Suburban to Town of Pearl River R1 Single Family Residential. Property is located at 66019 Crawford Lane in Pearl River, Louisiana. Let's see. That is Mr.
No, somebody else put in. I wanted it pulled, but somebody pulled it. Somebody must
Okay.
have a card in.
I don't have a card.
Do we have a speaker on this topic? We don't have a card. So, Mr. Smith,
Yeah.
an annexation needs to be pulled anyway for an individual vote, okay? So, it being your district, do you want to make a motion to concur or not concur?
I'm going to ask that this be tabled because I can't get a real good idea of why they actually want to do it.
Okay.
I really haven't heard from anybody much on this. I get different stories. So I'd like to get some more information before we concur or not concur.
Okay. Okay, second. Do you want to postpone for 1 month?
Yes.
Okay. Hold on 1 second. Okay, so we have a motion to postpone by Mr. Mike Smith, seconded by Mr. Canulet. Anyone have any questions? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
And that was to postpone for 1 month. Okay, item 7 under resolutions is CS number C-6590, resolution to concur, not concur, with the Village of Folsom annexation and rezoning of 0.62 acres more or less from Parish A3 Suburban to Village of Folsom A4 Single Family Residential. Property is located at 83069 Highway 25, Folsom, Louisiana. This is District 3.
Yes.
Ms. Casbon?
I would like to also table this for
Okay.
a month.
Do you want to postpone for 1
I just
month?
received a letter this past week just stating it, so I haven't really
Sure.
checked out, and we do
Sure.
have some things, so.
So you would
Table.
like to postpone for 1 month?
Postpone for 1 month.
For 1 month. And we have a second there by Mr. Lorino. Anyone else? Okay, seeing none, please vote on the postponement for 1 month.
The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
Thank you. Item 10 pulled is resolution number CS number C-6593, resolution to clarify responsibility for maintenance of certain drainage features and infrastructure abutting Hunters Glen subdivision. Ms. O'Brien, I understand you have an amendment to the resolution?
Sir.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to substitute the amended version, which you have at your desk, of this resolution so that we can address the infrastructure issues at a later date. That's all.
Okay, so you have a motion to put forth a substitute
The
resolution.
amended version, yes.
A substitute version of the resolution as opposed to amending this one.
The
Substitute
amendment.
resolution.
Okay, yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay. We have a motion by, sorry, Ms. O'Brien. Motion by Ms. O'Brien, seconded by Mr. Toledano. That's correct. And this is on the substitution itself, okay? So please vote.
The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
Need another motion and second? Motion by Ms. O'Brien, seconded by Mr. Canulet to vote on the substituted resolution.
Ms. Casabon. The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Point of personal privilege. Yes, sir, Mr. Lorino.
Mr. Chairman, I thought I had number 1 pulled, but I think I didn't, and I didn't want to interrupt you.
That's fine.
But if you don't mind, I know we already voted on it, but I'd just like to comment on it if I could for 1 second.
Yes.
Okay. This is a resolution asking the St. Tammany Parish School Board to look at building a high school on the west side of the parish.
It's on.
And, well, I'm sorry. Thank you, Chris. This is a resolution asking the school board to look at building a high school on the west side of St. Tammany Parish. If there's many people here tonight to speak about a moratorium, and there's nothing that adds to the need of this moratorium than a lot of kids driving from Mandeville, Madisonville, and going across the bridge into Mandeville to an overcrowded high school. I realize we have absolutely no control over this, and I'm not saying the school board is doing anything wrong, but I think it's about time that the school board would take an initiative to look at building or even sending some students to different schools. Even though that may make some people unhappy, it would still alleviate the traffic. And I just think it's time. If they started today, it would be at least 10 to 12 years before a school is built on the west side of our parish. So I'm sorry I didn't see it in the beginning, Mr. Bender, and I just wanted to make sure that I said my piece on that. So
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Good point. Thank you. Okay, before we move to appeals, let me use my own point of personal privilege because I did expect this gentleman to be here tonight. This is our district attorney, Warren Montgomery. D.A. Montgomery was hoping to be here at the presentation time, but he was flying in from out of town. But he would like to provide us with some informational presentation. Thank you, Mr. District Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me this opportunity to speak with you. Thank you, members of the council, and all of you citizens who are here talking about some very, very important issues. That's what makes America great, is that we have good people representing us, and we have good people like all of you who are actively involved. And so I want to compliment all of you. And I thank you for giving me the opportunity to briefly speak to you about choices that we all have to make. And you have very, very difficult choices to make all the time. And I have had a very, very difficult choice that I'm making, and that is a result of some choices that you made. And that is back in the fall, my budget, which was submitted to this council, was for $6.5 million. And as a result of the financial condition of the parish, that budget was cut a little over in half to $3.1 million. And so I had to make a choice as to how, as the district attorney's office and as the district attorney, I was going to respond to that decision by the council. And I put a lot of thought into it, and I made a decision that if that budget cut, if that defunding of the DA's office was to stand, that it would have serious, serious repercussions for the criminal justice system of St. Tammany Parish, for my office, and ultimately to the quality of life of all of us here in St. Tammany Parish. When I mean all of us, I mean those who are listening, those of you in the audience, those of you here before me. And because the number one indicator of quality of life, which all of us know, is our security and our safety. And we're facing a very, very serious situation with regards to the ability of the district attorney's office to assure you, the citizens, that we can keep you safe in St. Tammany Parish. And as a little background, the district attorney's office stands between law enforcement, who detects and apprehends the criminals, and the judges who sanction the criminals. And if the district attorney's office is not properly funded, then the law enforcement community can make all the arrests they want, but if I can't prosecute, they're just spinning their wheels. And we know what that's like because we have no further than look than the South Shore to see what happens when you defund the law enforcement community. In fact, it's been said by people in law enforcement that the sheriffs and the police arrests are only as good as the district attorney's prosecutions. And my prosecutions are only as good as the people that I have on my team, my assistant district attorneys, their staff, and all these other individuals who work very, very hard at a very reasonable fee to keep us all safe. So when my office income was cut in half for my criminal prosecutions, you can imagine what that does to my ability to prosecute those cases. And what it does is makes it really impossible to be a highly efficient office, the kind of office that we as citizens of St. Tammany Parish deserve and that you expect and that I expect as your district attorney to provide to you. So my income has been cut in half, and immediately that happened in November, and beginning of December, I began to lose highly qualified individuals, prosecutors, felony prosecutors who do that good work and keep us all safe. And that continued for a number of months, and I've been able to kind of hold it together. But if this defunding of the district attorney's office maintains itself, I'm not going to be able to hold it together. We're going to lose good people, and the entire criminal justice system is going to slow down with the consequence of higher crime for all of us. And let me put a little meat on the bones because I'm talking about a lot of theory, so to speak. But if the district attorney does not prosecute the cases, then when the sheriff or anyone else, or any law enforcement chief of police makes an arrest and they send that file over to my office and I don't have the prosecutors to do that work, what happens? That work is delayed and delayed and delayed. And we know very, very bad things happen as a result of that. And to give you a specific example, back in 2009, a fellow by the name of Richard Jackson Miller was arrested by the St. Tammany Parish Sheriff's Office for possession of child pornography. And he was charged by the previous administration in 2010. but he wasn't prosecuted in 2011, nor 2012, nor 13, nor 14, nor 15. He was finally prosecuted in 2016 after he had been arrested for raping an 8-year-old little girl. He had been out on bond all that time. And when the district attorney doesn't have the resources to prosecute these cases, then individuals who are arrested are not timely prosecuted, they're out on bond, and they commit further crimes. And that's a real case and a terrible case that have never happened, should have never happened. And I don't want that kind of thing to happen to us today. But we see that very thing happening in other jurisdictions, and specifically on the South Shore, where either the police don't have the funding to make the arrest they need to make, or they make the arrest, send the case to the district attorney's office, and he declines to prosecute, or he prosecutes, or he charges them, but he never brings them to trial. And those individuals get out on bond, and they commit carjackings, and they commit rapes, and they commit murders. And we all have read about that in the past months on the South Shore. And I'm not pointing fingers at anybody, I'm just connecting the dots of what happens when you defund a law enforcement entity. That's what's happening to the district attorney's office. As I considered all that, and I considered what I needed to do, I decided that it was best to go out for a very, very small sales tax of 0.14% of 1 cent. And what that means to us as individuals is about the price of a cup of coffee a month, or a soft drink a month. That's what it means to us. That's what that tax actually means to us when it comes to us paying for it. And so that's the cost of having a high quality, high performance, high ethical district attorney's office. So I went out and put this thing on the ballot. And let me make one other point that's very, very clear, and it has to do with dollars and cents. When I came into office, as a result of different changes, I was able to reduce that time from arrest to prosecution. And I did it for a number of reasons, but one reason, of course, is to reduce crime. But one of the consequences is that it reduced the cost of the criminal justice system but between $800,000 and $1 million a year. And you can find this on my damontgomery.org website. A guy named Ed B., who's an economist, lives here in Mandeville, did that report. And by shrinking the time from arrest to resolution of the case, we're able to save St. Tammany Parish about $1 million a year. We shrunk it about 16%. So if that time expands, and if I don't have the resources to prosecute those cases, that is what's going to happen. That time is going to expand with much greater cost to all of us. Not only financial cost, but the cost and increased crime. So I put this on the ballot. It is on April 30th, and it is the early voting is on April 16th, and I would hope that everyone have an opportunity to go and express their opinion on this important issue. Happy to answer any questions, and I thank you so much for your time to speak to you today.
Thank you, Mr. District Attorney. Anyone from the council, any questions? Well, we thank you. Well, excuse me. Now I do. I'm sorry. Mr. Canulite.
Yeah. Warren, we've been trying for years to get that tax so y'all wouldn't be in that position, and we tried hard. But I will, and we weren't successful. But I will say this: he's 100% absolutely correct. If you don't think the crime is just going to get horribly worse and things are going to just get better, it's not going to happen. I mean, they're chasing them to the North Shore every day. Carjackers are now coming from the South Shore to the North Shore. They had a manhunt in Slidell. I mean, it's not going to get better. And if we can't convict them criminals and put them criminals in jail, they're going to be hanging around in our neighborhoods. It's just that simple. I know no one wants any more taxes. I especially don't want any more taxes. But, do I, say that, well, Warren, you didn't help us, so I don't want to help you? That's absolutely not the way to go here. You're 100% absolutely correct, and we need to do what we can to try to get y'all's help and get these people, where they belong. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Let me just make a comment with that regard, because I do want to distinguish this this tax that I'm proposing is a sales tax, but it's 1/4 to 1/3 the size of the previous tax that had been proposed by this council. This tax goes directly to the district attorney's office, and it is to be used solely for the prosecution of criminals and services related to the prosecution of criminals. So this is sui generis, it's a different tax, and if anybody has any questions about this tax, they can go to my website at damontgomery.org, and you could submit a written question. I know you don't want me to answer questions today. Y'all have a lot on your agenda, but if you do have any questions, I'm happy to answer those questions, or you can call me at my office, 809-8304. That'll get you into my immediate office, and I'm happy to discuss this with you. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you for your service, and thank each and every one of you for being here today and expressing yourself before this body. God bless you.
Warren, thank you. I do have Mr. Mike Smith.
I'm sorry.
Also.
Just want to, when's early voting and when's the election?
I'm sorry. Early voting begins April 16th, Saturday, April 16th, and will continue till the following Saturday, and the election itself is on April 30th.
Thank you, Warren. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks for coming
for
up.
your time.
Absolutely. Thank you, sir. You know, I don't want to add to what Mr. Montgomery was saying, but since we have a lot of people here, it's a good informational item only, and it's this. I inquired about this several weeks ago. Many years ago, I was told, even back to the UEP Long days, the state created a mandate for every parish in this state, which at the time were all police juries. Maybe not the city of New Orleans, okay? But that mandate provided no funding source. It did not say, well, here's what you can do to get, here's where you get the money. Now, at the state level, they can do their own funding without a vote of the people. At the federal level, the same thing. It's not the case here, okay? So whether you're for it or against it, we need to get out and vote, okay? So thank you very much. Okay. Under appeals, Mr. Lorino, I have on item 1 to remove appeal number 1. You want to make that motion?
Yes, I will. They want to withdraw it.
Withdraw.
Yes, sir. They're not going to move forward with it.
Okay.
Mr. Marone's here if someone wants to discuss it. Paul, do you want to say anything, or if that's sufficient, sir? Okay, so.
Okay, so motion to withdraw.
Yes, sir.
You just need to acknowledge the withdrawal. You don't even need a motion to vote.
Okay.
Okay, so attorney's telling us we could just acknowledge the withdrawal.
Perfect.
Okay? Thank you.
Thank you.
Under appeals, item 2 is Alma Temple appealing the zoning commission approval on January 4th, 2022 to rezone .516 acres located on the south side of Washington Street, east of 22nd Street, being lots 1, 2, and 3, square 160 Lacombe Park, subdivision from A3 Suburban District to A3 Suburban District and MHO Manufactured Housing Overlay, Ward 7, District 7. Mr. Jimmy Davis.
Yes, is Ms. Alma here?
I have one card, Mr. Davis, and it is from Mr. James Lindsay.
I'm just surprised.
You're asking about Ms. Alma?
Ms. Alma, who's actually making the appeal. I thought she was going to be here tonight. I'm not going to postpone this again, so I'm going to go ahead and hear it. But I do want to hear it from the individual that is with the card, please.
Okay, so Mr. James Lindsay, and he has marked that he is not in favor of the appeal. Mr. Lindsay?
He is in favor.
Excuse me. I'm in favor of the appeal.
Oh,
my mistake.
I want the mobile home overlay, so.
Yes, but I misspoke. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jamie Lindsay, and the neighborhood there has had mobile homes in that area since the 1960s. And currently, It still has plenty of newer and older mobile homes in it. It's a 50% neighborhood of both stick-built houses and mobile homes. And currently that block there has a newer mobile home 200 feet away from the property. It also has a couple of older mobile homes on the corner there. There's also a mobile home overlay across the street and one on the next block over. And I'm speaking for Francisco here, and Francisco's paid a lot of money through engineering and other things for the piece of property, and he would like to have it zoned for a mobile home, and I'm behind him, and I'm behind the neighborhood continue its trend of being both for mobile homes and stick-built houses. And I'd like for Mr. Francisco to speak for himself on the other stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lindsay. Yes, sir. Have you turned in a speaker card? Oh, okay.
I'd like the owner to be.
You want to come on up, sir? If you don't mind, when you get up, just state your name and address.
My name is Francisco Avila. I'm the owner of the property on Washington Street and 22th Street.
Okay.
I want to say that I would say thank you for giving me the opportunity to be here, first of all, and all of you. And since we've been going for this process since the beginning, as you know, there's a lot of other mobile homes, like Mr. James says, and Mr. David's been in around the property as well, so he knows already. I just want to remark to you guys, since last time I was here, I brought the engineering layer for the overlay, given because of the channel. It's only a mobile home can be located in that area because it has to be 20 feet from that drain and also about another 20 feet from the property line.
Right.
Even if you have to build a house, guess what? It has to be like a mobile home design. I mean, and then not only that, because of that elevation on that thing, has to be elevated off the ground as well because of that drainage. Not only that, remember, if you remember in the last episode, that last time that I was here, also I went to the public service engineering over here, and they asked me for more details on the drainage that need to be done, which I presented to it. I mean, more details on that, and then actually was accepted, and then also they wanted some additional information on that, so a review from the engineering. The engineering charged me more money to do those additional changes on those development on that type of drainage that they need. It was also presented last week. Unfortunately, it was not presented earlier because he was damaged by the tornado on Chalmette. I don't know if you remember that.
Yes, sir.
But it was presented, everything has done as, trying to accomplish and get the thing. So I really appreciate if you understand my situation and given the location on that thing, because it's really, there's no way that I can build a house based on the situation. I don't know if you remember. Hope you have that copy with the sign with the plan of that mobile home.
Okay.
And I'll thank you for the opportunity, and I hope you can consider all the effort that I have done to get to this point.
Well, thank you, Mr. Avila. We appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. We have any other speakers? Okay. We have no other speakers. Mr. Davis.
Yeah, Mr. Avila, would you come back up, please? Yeah, as the councilman of your area,
yes, sir.
I just wanted to make sure you absolutely know the risk you're taking with this piece of property.
Yes, sir.
You have a major drainage servitude for the parish going in front of your property.
It is. That's
Okay.
why it has to be elevated.
That's correct.
And then there's no fill to that.
No net fill. Do you understand what that means?
Exactly.
Okay, because we're not going to let you go in there and just start dumping fill again, because this is
I haven't
how we
dumped
got in
any
the
fill.
problem in the first place. Another thing, I was talking to your previous owner, who the gentleman that just came up.
Mm-hmm.
You are in a major critical drainage area. It's still labeled that.
Okay.
I'm just saying, generally people try to stay away from doing residential building in major drainage critical area. It can be done. It can be done. We know that, okay? That's why engineering gave to you a list of items that you have to meet. You
And that's
probably
why
did not expect that. You probably did not expect that, correct?
at the beginning with the drainage on that, it was something that I was not expecting. Yes,
Right.
but then again, after reviewing with the engineer and all the possibilities and things like that, I mean, it can be done. It's just
Good.
that at this point is the only thing that I can do.
It's the only option?
Yes.
That's great. So you do understand that, though?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll make a motion to concur with the planning and zoning's approval of this MHO.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I have a motion by Mr. Davis, seconded by Mr. Canulet, to concur with the zoning commission's approval. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Okay, Mr. Davis, just need an introduction. Introduction of an ordinance, seconded by Mr. Canulet. Thank you. Appeal number 3 is Charles E. LaRose, appealing the zoning commission approval on February the 1st, 2022, to rezone 10 acres located on the north side of Hellingbird Road, east of Highway 190, Service Road, Covington, A3 Suburban District, A4 Single Family Residential District, and NC1 Professional Office District, to A4A Single Family Residential District, Ward 3, District 5. Let's see, Mr. Mr. Toledano, we have.
Right, that's me.
Okay, this person is not listed.
Yeah, but they want to speak on it. There is no need to upzone this parcel. So they're in favor of it.
Mr. Toledano.
Yes,
Is
sir.
this one that you said you wanted to make a motion on, or this is an appeal you want to hear?
No. This one, I believe, is to be heard tonight.
Okay. So, Mr. LaRose, would you come on up, sir?
My
Okay.
name is Charles LaRose. I live in Covington Meadow subdivision,
Okay.
which is a quarter of a mile from the proposed development site. As per Mr. Toledano's suggestion, after the last meeting we had and the postponement was voted on, he suggested that we have a meeting with representatives from the 3 developments in that immediate area, which we did on March 29th. We had that meeting. Mr. Toledano facilitated the meeting. 10 members of the community, Mr. Toledano, Mr. Jeff Shane, and a representative from the development, who I don't remember his name, was present at the meeting. The goal that Mr. Toledano set was that we find some middle ground, talk about the issues, compromise, and walk away with everybody being happy. So the members that were present there all had their own suggestions about it, and the major concern is the high-density building. If you build 36 houses on 8 acres, that's 4.5 houses per acre. That is the issue at hand. We came up with a lot of options. We asked Mr. Shane if he would talk, could he talk for the developer, and he said at that time he couldn't. He would have to get back with the developer to see if any of these compromises could be met. To my knowledge, I don't know any information whether they agreed or disagreed or anything separate. So that's where that stood. And to my knowledge, it still stands today.
So, Mr. LaRose, just so you'll know, so unless you have other speakers.
We do.
Okay. So, yeah, we do. We have speaker cards here. We're sorting between in favor or not in favor, okay? But you'll have a total of 10 minutes.
Okay.
And 3 minutes of rebuttal.
Okay.
Okay? So do you want to hold your time for now? Or do you want us to hear other speakers that you would like to come up?
I would prefer to hear the other speakers
Sure.
come up.
Okay, we'll call them up. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
These are in favor. Okay, I think I have this right. Mr. Randy, is it Turner? Yes. Go ahead, Mr. Turner. And you're in favor of the appeal?
I'm in favor of the appeal.
Yes, sir.
If I could get someone to hand these out to the council members. Randall Turner, I live at 224 Robin Hood Drive, which is in Kings Forest subdivision, which is immediately adjacent to the north side of this proposed development. As this is a two-page handout that I'm sending, which shows basically this chart on page 1 of it. And the northern part of this drawing is Kings Forest subdivision, pretty much the lots that are shown in the peach color. The yellow lots are those of the proposed development. Kings Forest has been here since 1962, and the lots, the majority of the lots, the smallest of the lots in the subdivision are 75 feet wide by 155 feet long. This proposed development is 60 by 120 feet on an A4A zoning. That's about 40% smaller than the Kings Forest lots. It's just significant difference in the Kings Forest lot size. The property, the present zoning of the property that lies immediately south of Kings Forest is essentially A3. If one looks at the parish zoning maps, there's a very, very thin A4 zoning. It probably was just an error in plotting, because that A4 zoning, which runs along the southern edge of Kings Forest, it's only 10, 15 feet wide maybe. So it was an error in plotting during the New Directions 2025 Comprehensive Plan from 1999. The A3 zoning, which most of this property is zoned, requires a minimum of 100-foot lot width. With that 120-foot depth, this would allow 100-foot by 120-foot lots, computing to about 12,000 square feet on a lot size, which is only slightly larger than the Kings Forest lots. That's the present zoning of this property. Our lots are 11,625. The A3 zoning, which it presently is 12,000 feet on the lot size, almost identical on that. The proposed zoning is A4A, which is a two-step change on that, which brings the lot size down to 7,200 feet. 7,200-foot lot size is what the developers want on this. Once again, that's only slightly more than 50% larger than our present lots. We want a residential development there. We will support residential development on this parcel with an A4 zoning, which is the same as Kings Forest. We want the same zoning as Kings Forest on this parcel, even though that zoning, because of the lot depth, is still significantly smaller than our lot size, because the lots are only 120 feet deep. So the lot size on an A4 zoning with a 90-foot lot size will give 10,800 square feet on the lot size, whereas our lots, the smallest of our lots, is 11,625. So the plus on the drawing there, you can see on page 1 of that those lots that are toward the eastern end of Kings Forest, those that are in a different color over here, if you look at this area on your map, those lots have some lines out to the top side of the chart that shows the size of those lots. Some of those lots, they range from 12,400 all the way up to 22,300 square feet. So we have a 7,200 square foot lot immediately adjacent to a 22,300 square foot lot, which is not a reasonable thing to do. Let me ask you, are there more other speaker cards, Mr. Chairman, besides myself?
Yes, sir. We have two other people that would like to speak.
Okay, I'll try to finish this up to give them an opportunity to speak. Okay, if one of those people has yielded his time to me. So our concession, we are willing to go with an A4 zoning, which is a change. It's a change from A3 to A4 on the zoning. And we will not argue with an A4 zoning, even though That zoning gives a slightly smaller lot size than what we have. It's significantly smaller lot size than the A3 zoning on its present zoning. The change to A4, the second page of the handout that I gave you, shows an approximate plot of what that zoning would look like with A4 zoning. And A4 zoning would be 90-foot wide lots, 90 by 120, which would give larger, more desirable lots for the developer to sell. The developers are saying that this proposal will insulate us more from Slimmer Road, and we all know what Slimmer Road looks like. However, with this small lot size that they're proposing, it only brings Slimmer Road closer to us. I'll yield to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we have Ms. Eileen Breslin. Is Ms. Breslin here? Okay.
Sirs, Madam. I'm Eileen Breslin. I live at 233 Robin Hood Drive in Kings Forest. I've been there since 1986. And my property is actually 9 acres in the very back. I have a 2-acre pond. And apparently this development will, I'm in favor of the appeal, sorry, will abut with less than 300 feet close to the pond area, the green space by the pond area. I was not notified that this was going to happen until last minute, where fortunately Mr. Turner alerted us in the neighborhood. I'm concerned about the congestion. I mean, Kings Forest is being choked by development on all sides, noise pollution, light pollution. We have bended, we just don't want to lose our property values and have the extra traffic congestion that would come along with this intense development on all sides. So I'm hoping that you will support our appeal as Mr. Turner suggested, and we can go on and live happily ever after. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Breslin. Okay, Ms. Terry Lewis Stevens.
Hello again.
Hello.
This particular project, again, tonight, I don't even know why you're considering it. Why would you even consider this particular change? You're upzoning this land that's already A3 and A4. It's ready to go. But what you might not know or might not have been told to you is that all of the subdivisions around this particular piece of property, Tammany Hills, Slemmer Road, Thelma Estates, Tammany Hills, are some of the most chronic polluters of the Ponchatoula, to the point that there is a water quality grant that's been awarded to St. Tammany Parish to clean up the mess that are these subdivisions' discharges from their septic systems that are unmaintained. So this particular subdivision is going to be surrounded by this problem if you allow this to go forward. Why would you upzone it for that reason? And just to the southwest of this particular piece of property is Angelic Estates. Angelic Estates has been under a moratorium since Marty Gould was the councilman for this particular area. And as late as November 2021, Reichert put a moratorium on that same area. So we've got sewage problems, untreated sewage, and we've got drainage problems in this particular area. So why in the world would you consider upzoning it tonight? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Stevens. Okay, that's all we have. Do we have anyone else here? Not in favor. Okay. Now, I have a speaker card, Mr. Shane, not in favor of the appeal. Mr. Ron Veazey?
No, that was a mistake. I am in favor of the appeal.
You can't take that back, sir. I'm sorry. We got it. I mean, it's even in blood here, okay? I just thought we needed a little levity for the moment. Thank y'all for laughing.
Just
One second. I'm the Ron Veazey, 106 Robin Hood, president of the Kings Forest Homeowners Association. Just want to say I represent the majority of the homeowners who support the appeal. We do not want it rezoned to a 4A. We'd like to have it
Okay.
A4.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Okay, so those who are in favor of the appeal, you have a 3-minute rebuttal time left. Mr. Shane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jeff Shane of the Jones Fussell Law Firm, P.O. Box 1810 in Covington. And I have the pleasure of representing the property owner, the succession of Warren Salles, and also the prospective purchaser and developer of this tract, North Shore Investment Properties. I have a different story to tell you than from what you've heard this evening. I think that you would be interested to know that this zoning case is about an opportunity to upgrade not only this piece of property, but hopefully begin a trend that would create a redevelopment opportunity for the properties along Slimmer Road. In particular, this tract is 10 acres located on the south side of Kings Forest. If you take a look at the 3-page handout that you got from me earlier on top, and you notice I labeled it 1 at the very top so you can see which picture it is. Take a good look at it, because a couple of the speakers this evening have misspoken, at least in one significant regard. You were told that the property was zoned A3, and later I heard someone say it was zoned A3 and A4. Well, let's take a look and see what it's actually zoned by looking at number 1. You can see the parcel. Hopefully it's got a yellow A3. That's the best way to, I guess, define it, right in the center of the picture. But notice that the southerly 50% of this property is a light red color, and that zoning is NC1. So you've already got this tract that is 50% commercial. But what hasn't been told to you and what you need to know is that one of the permitted uses in NC1 is single-family residential. And it's also single-family residential on 60-foot wide lots. So when my client looked at this piece of property and has an option to purchase it, and we knew that we wanted to develop it in a residential manner, we could see that 50% of it was already zoned for the very use that we want to make. In fact, I would suggest that about 40% of the tract is A3, that's the yellow that's right above it, and maybe 10% or so is zoned A4. So first and foremost, I think that the current zoning is suggestive that the zoning we seek is in fact appropriate. And why do we need the zoning? If you look at the second handout that I gave you, marked number 2 at the top of the page, you will see that we have designed what we think is a very nice boutique subdivision consisting of 60-foot lots. There are 35 lots on the 10-acre parcel, including a significant detention area and also a nice recreation area in the front. Let's make sure we understand what the law, what the code is. A4 allows 4 units per acre. This plan of development is 3.5 units per acre. And if you can find any other property within that 10 acres that we could create more lots, I mean, there simply is no more acreage. So my point is simply this. What we seek is a residential zone that gives us an opportunity to develop all of it as 60-foot wide lots. 50% of it, we already have that right. And the yield or the density of this tract is 3.5 units per acre less than the existing A4 to our north, which is Kings Forest. Furthermore, I'd like you to take a look at the third sheet that I provided you this evening, which I think in many ways is maybe the most interesting part of the story. The green section in the middle is Kings Forest, a very nice subdivision that's been there for 50-plus years. Granted, although it's zoned A4, which under today's development code would require 90-foot lots, for the most part, those lots are 75 feet on average. Take a look at what abuts Kings Forest on the south side. and that's the purple or dark blue area. That is the development in question. You can see those 35 lots. You can see that they're proposed 60 feet wide. You see the little note we put on it? Notice I also showed you that the south side of that 10 acres, again, currently NC1 and allows 60-foot wide lots. Well, so far I haven't told you anything new that I didn't tell you just a few minutes ago. But let's keep taking a look at the map. Look at the red box below it. Those are 50-foot wide lots. And if you've driven Slimmer Road, you'll know that there are a significant number of duplex-type structures or multifamily structures, some of which are not in the best of condition. The suggestion that what this project will be is a continuation or another Slimmer Road could not be further from the truth. We seek zoning that would only allow single-family residential with central sewer and water with a detention pond, and there's no detention ponds within the subdivisions we're looking at today in this colored area, and also an on-site, if you will, recreation area. But I think the story gets even better. Now I want you to focus on the north side of Kings Forest. What is there? A fully developed 60-foot wide lot subdivision. Most of those homes having been built within the last 5 years. Interestingly, no one has talked about those homes this evening or the impact of that subdivision on their subdivision. And the reason why is that I think it's done nothing but complement their subdivision. But what do we see further to the north? Look at the yellow box. Those are 40-foot lots, fully developed with very nice homes. And north of that, another red box of 50-foot lots. So what is my point? If you take a look at the picture and you take a look at Kings Forest, there is perfect symmetry to suggest that if 60-foot lots have been successful to the north, as well as 40-foot lots, as well as 50-foot lots, and we know that we have a problem on Slimmer Road, why would we even think about allowing this property to possibly be zoned commercial? The tract to the west of it is zoned commercial, and in fact, that's where the new Peretti dealership is currently under construction. Why wouldn't we want to take the opportunity to make sure that it's not only residential, but it's going to be high-quality residential? We believe that the homes built in our subdivision will be at least $300,000, if not $350,000 in value. And if you take a look at the homes in the area, Kings Forest and the homes to the north of that, they are all in that general range. My point is we're going to enhance value, we believe, and we're going to actually protect Kings Forest on its southern flank, much in the same way that it got protection on its northern flank, because as you know, north of that area, there's considerable commercial. As you get up to the old Louis Prima golf course, and you look at Home Depot and Rouse's and things of that nature. So we believe that with the size of this tract, the zoning classification we seek, the layout we have chosen, it's reflective of good planning. And it's the reason that the staff report, in my view, was very positive about this case. In fact, I want to read to you a statement from the staff report. And this is a staff that scrutinizes every upzone very carefully. And I am not being sarcastic when I say that. I believe that's their job, is to analyze and study these cases closely. The staff said a change in zoning will increase the allowable density where the property is currently zoned to accommodate residential uses, but decrease the allowable intensity where the property is currently zoned to accommodate commercial uses. Staff recognized that residential was the answer. Don't allow this property to perhaps become a more intensely zoned commercial tract. And so what does the Zoning Commission do as a result of our request and of the staff report that I've just read to you? In my view, a very clear and resounding 8 votes to 3 as a recommendation to you to change this zoning to A4A. The only reason we seek the A4A zone is to have 60-foot wide lots on the north half of this tract to complement the possible 60-foot lots that we can have in the NC1 on the south side of the track. The A4 array is not for more density. Our density is 3.5 units to 1 acre, which is less than the existing A4 of Kings Forest. At the end of the day, when it's all said and done, I think the staff got it right. I think the zoning commission got it right. My client hopes to get it right in building something that will be compatible to everyone in the area and something that will be symbolic of the type of development we want in St. Tammany Parish. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Shane. Okay, the other side has 3 minutes of rebuttal, if you would like to use those, sir.
Yes, sir. Again, we're not opposed to residential development. One of Mr. Shane's last statements was compatible. That's what we want. We would like to see that development compatible to the A4 in Kings Forest, Hidden Springs, Covington Meadows, and somewhat Thelma Estates. Last Tuesday night in this chamber, Mr. Shane represented a different client. They're building another tract, another residential area just south of Covington Meadows, adjacent to the pond that's there now. They're proposing 38 houses on 72 acres. All we are asking for is equal recognition. That's 2 houses per acre. We're just asking for some kind of compromise to lessen the density of the amount of houses that are on this tract. And Mr. Turner had a very beautiful presentation of how they could do that by just lessening the number of houses being built from 35 to 25. It would fit right in with everything else that's around there. And the one thing I'm having problems with is Mr. Shane said Covington Meadows is going to be overjoyed. We're building 38 houses on 72 acres, and that is very compatible to Covington Meadows. And I agree wholeheartedly. And all we're asking for is the same recognition with this first development that we're talking about, that we're trying to appeal at zoning. And I'll give the rest of my time to somebody else that wants to talk. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Is there anyone else from the this side over here that would like to speak? You have, I think, 1 minute and, what, 6 seconds left? Yes, sir. Mr. Turner.
Randall Turner again. Our biggest concern, Mr. Shane keeps on saying the width of the lots, the 60-foot wide lots, or Kings Forest is 75-foot wide, or an A4 zoning, which is 90-foot wide lots. It's not just the lot width that's important. It's the square footage of the lots. Kings Forest, our lots are 11,625 feet. Many of the lots. There's many that are much larger. There's my lot, my personal lot is larger than that. Those in the southeast corner of Kings Forest on the handout are significantly larger than that. Whereas the 60-foot wide lot, but it's only 120 foot deep compared to Kings Forest 155-foot depth for the most part. So it's not just road frontage, it's the size of the lots. And the size of these lots is too much smaller than what we have in Kings Forest and the rest of the A4 zoning surrounding us. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Okay, 3 seconds, I don't think so, huh? Does anybody else want to speak from this side for 5? Never mind, Mr. Shane.
So what is compatibility? In my view, compatibility is density, which is how your Unified Development Code is built as it relates to grading the various residential lots. And so density is 3.5 units per acre, less than the A4 to the north. The point about 60-foot lots is twofold. 50% of the property already allows the desired use on 60-foot lots. But the purpose of drawing number 3, and hopefully you still have it handy, is to show you that 60-foot and 50-foot and 40-foot lots to the north of Kings Forest not only has worked, it's totally built out. And if you drive it, it's as handsome as any neighborhood you'll drive through. And if you look at the tax assessment rolls, you'll see that the values on the rolls are very commensurate with the quality you see. My point is that we wish to replicate what in fact has already occurred to the north. And I believe that we can do so. With regard, if you take a look at the development plan, the second map that I gave you, you can see that no matter what size the lots, meaning width or depth, you have the same amount of infrastructure. You're going to have the same length of road, the same amount of sewer and water to run, essentially the same size detention pond. We have budgeted that infrastructure to be about $750,000. It is important for us to have 35 units at that location. We knew that that would keep us at a density below A4, but quite frankly, when you have to run sewer and water the distance we're going to need to run, being provided by Utilities Inc., that is a factor that we take into consideration. So it's important for us to do that. Let me finish by reminding you of some points that I made in the first 10 minutes, and hopefully I can keep it simple. You have an extremely strong staff report, in my view, at a time when you are looking and should be very hard and carefully at up zones when it comes to residential. Number 2, you have a very strong zoning commission vote. I appear before that zoning commission pretty often, and I can tell you there's not many 8-3 votes in the last 2 or 3 years on any project where we were seeking an upzone. But there was a reason for that vote. One of the strong reasons is to make sure that this area does not become commercial and to make sure that it has an opportunity to thrive just as the other developments have in this general area. The last point I would make is that the NC1 sets the pattern for 60%, but if you look at the existing subdivisions on map 3, you will see that it works and it can work here. We ask that you sustain the recommendation of the Zoning Commission.
Thank you, Mr. Shane. Okay, coming back to the council, Mr. Toledano, now you have Mr. Drummond and Mr. Davis behind you. Do you want them to go before you or you?
Well, I'm
It's your
quite
choice.
frankly undecided, but I'll go first.
Okay.
And let me start off by first thanking all the people that are here tonight referring to this project, and mention to you that because this came up at a meeting that I was out because I was under the weather, I postponed it as a courtesy to Mr. LaRose and the group that he represented because there was some objection. The first thing I did was reach out to him, who was somewhat of a very able spokesman for his area, and suggested that we meet. And they were agreeable to that and supported it. And we had a meeting that we've done before, and we're all familiar with them, to put everybody in the same room and get some questions answered. We did that. We had a great meeting. One of the nice people in the community volunteered her home, noting that she did not provide a full meal that night, but she provided enough snacks that I had something to take home, and I appreciate that. But in all seriousness, we vetted it very, very well that night. And I will tell you this, that I favor the zoning commission's approval on this. Therefore, I concur with it, and I want to express to you why. And I've listened very carefully. I know Randy, Mr. Rose, these gentlemen very well. They're able spokesmen, and they make points that are valid points. But I think what we have to look at in this case is what I've been praying for the whole time, and that is, let's figure out a way to create a residential community here that does not allow for creeping commercialism. Now, in all fairness to the Parish people, they presented well, and they're doing some extraordinary things. Virtually everything I asked them to do by way of insulation, they have voluntarily agreed to do. But here's the reality. If we don't capture this residential area now, and it's already zoned to have an allowable commercial use, we're going to lose a tremendous opportunity. And in all fairness to everybody surrounding, the economics of this project, I think, pretty much indicate that Mr. Shane's cost estimate for value homes there is very accurate. It doesn't allow itself, I heard Mr. Parent say that, maybe I misunderstood what he said, that this might turn into some sort of Slimmer Road. Well, here's the reality. Slimmer Road is old. It's mostly duplexes. They're not well kept. I've had to send code enforcement out there multiple times. It is not what we would consider a desirable neighborhood commensurate with, for instance, Mr. Rose's community, Covington Meadows, a beautiful community. The historic Kings Forest area, historic because it's one of the first subdivisions in our area. It doesn't match up with that. So I think that this is a well-placed, well-suited, well-designed project. There's no indication, but if there would be, they'll have to make some adjustments, that traffic's a problem. So why would one turn this down? You turn it down, it's likely going to be commercial. Remember what Mr. Shane said, and all of us here on the council recognize this. Half of this property would be already allowable for that. So in reality, it's only half his action, really only the developer's action only really essentially involves half. The density in this area is not out of line. You have it in the diagrams. Those lots range from 40 feet, some of them, as I recall, up to 60 feet. This is no smaller than that. The homes are going to be very attractive. It's a controlled entranceway. It's not going to cause undue burden to anybody in the surrounding neighborhood. It is unquestionably an upgrade, and quite frankly, to have a development like this that guarantees an insulator against commercialism encroaching that area is probably the best bang we could ever get for a buck. And quite frankly, at the end of the day, I hope this might get people who own the property on Slimmer Road to look at revisiting their value return on their property, and maybe sometime you'd hope they'd sell out and somebody would come in and develop something that would be more consistent with what we'd like to see in this community. I cannot think of a valid reason to turn this down. Now, in the ideal world, would we like every lot to be 75? Remember, Kings Forest is only 75 feet. Would we like them to all be 75 feet? We'd like them to be 100 feet. But this development will never get to those numbers because of the economics that drive it. So what is the valid basis to turn it down? I suggest respectfully the arguments, even though well articulated and well presented, they do not meet the test of saying that this recommendation of the zoning commission should be turned down. I am absolutely pleased that somebody is willing to take the economic risk to develop this property in this location. Now, in the meantime, Kings Forest, the good people in Kings Forest, already have a subdivision behind them with 60-foot lots. So I'm thinking to myself, what's going on the other side is not going to be any worse, so to speak, but God only knows it'll be 1,000 times better than the one right next to it on Slimmer Road. So I would urge you gentlemen, I'm going to reserve a bit of time, and ladies, to consider joining with me and concurring with this approval. I think this is one of the few chances we will ever get to interpose some good, solid residential uses in that area that will guarantee it, and will also protect the people on Hellenberg Road who otherwise could be backing right up to commercial. So I'm going to save a little time, Mr. Bender, and listen to what my brothers and sisters might have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Toledano. Mr. Drum.
Oh, yes, sir, thank you. I've looked at this piece of property, and yes, we have Peretti going in front, which is going to be a whole load of concrete, which isn't going to be very good for runoff. Their little retention pond back here isn't going to stop all that runoff from all that concrete. Okay, who's the manufacturer? Who's going to build the houses? Yes, sir, please.
Yes, sir.
To be determined.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Shane, I understand your answer. Yes, sir.
And Mr. Chair, with all due respect,
I know.
I don't ever remember my clients and I ever acting like that when someone else says something that, maybe it doesn't bother y'all.
No, it does.
But it bothers me, because everything I do with everybody, I try to do with respect.
I agree, sir, with you.
There's a confidentiality agreement
Okay,
that doesn't allow me to disclose it.
I understand.
okay.
Listen.
Well, thank you.
Excuse me one second, Mr. Drum. Everybody has been, all of our meetings have been very, very good. And Mr. Shane makes a good point. It makes a good point for both sides, okay, in anything. So we heard why it's to be determined. So just give chance to understand, but at either rate, no matter what side you're on anything, don't shout out, please, okay? Thank you. Mr. Drum, are you finished?
No, sir.
No, okay.
No, sir. All that joy kind of threw me off a little bit. Okay, if I remember correctly, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. When I was on the Zoning and Planning Committee for 9 years, they had a subdivision that was being built off, I think it was Spartan Drive. And there was a long road that didn't have an emergency turnaround. And if I remember correctly, the state says it cannot be any longer than 700 feet without a turnaround. This road is 1,200 feet, and it's only one way in and one way out. That's not good for emergency in any way. Ambulances, police, fire trucks. So that right there is already a no good for me. I would also disagree that we would miss an opportunity. If they can put the homes that they want to put in there, why can't they put fewer homes in there, and then also have in the middle of all those homes a nice emergency turnaround? Okay, now if I was wrong about the 700 feet, somebody please correct me, but this thing is 1,200 feet long. No emergency turnaround. That's already a no-go for me. So I do not agree that it's a good opportunity, because I believe there would be too much runoff going in the wrong direction. I also believe that the road is one way in and one way out, which is a safety hazard. I don't know who the manufacturer is, and I totally understand that. So I disagree with my esteemed member down at the other end, and I am not for the approval on this property.
Thank you, Mr. Drum.
Thank you.
Mr. Jimmy Davis.
You know, we don't live in a perfect world. I mean, for the individuals that are living just north of this development on 75-foot lots, if you came in and tried to get it rezoned right now, you wouldn't get A4, you get A4A. You understand that? Because A4 is 90-foot lots, and you don't meet that specification. But of course, you're grandfathered in way back from the old days. Now, we look at the land directly below you. Would it be nicer if it was 90-foot lots? Of course. Of course. But would it make sense? You got 75-foot lots on the north, then you would have 90-foot, and then you would have 50. That would be spot zoning the opposite way, to be honest. The only thing that I could possibly think that possibly Jeff and the owner of this probably could do, if he wanted to do, he doesn't have to because the zoning is correct for this area. Remember what A4A is a minimum of 60 foot. The northern side of the road could be 75-foot lots and leave the 60-foot underneath it. That way, it'd be less of a transition at all. It'd be no transition. From your current subdivision onto that lot, it would go basically from your current big subdivision of 75 to another instead of 17-foot, 60-foot lots, it'd be 13 75-foot lots. So yes, you would lose 4 lots. I understand that. But in a A4A, 60 is a minimum. It doesn't say it's the maximum. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Mr. Toledano, you
I'll yield first to Mr. Smith.
Mr. T.J. Smith.
Very briefly, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is a rhetorical question, my first question. When I look at this map that Mr. Shane provided for us, number 3, the first question came to my mind, is this Metairie or Kenner? And I didn't mean that for any laughter, but I understand now why when I travel Highway 190, the traffic situation is what it is, and I haven't heard anybody speak to what not only this development, but all of this development has a kind of impact it has had on traffic congestion. Second question I have, Mr. Shane, I heard you say that the average home price here was about $350,000 per house?
Yes, sir. We estimate it will be between $300,000 and $350,000.
Okay. And that stuck out with me as it relates to another issue that we've been trying to address here in St. Tammany Parish for decades, and that is affordable housing. And we've never defined what that is yet, but based on the average incomes here in the parish, I don't know that $350,000 would fit into that category, but once again, that's to be debated. But those are just some observations that I've had in trying to make a decision here whether this is good for the parish and this area and whether it is not. But thank you again, Mr. Chairman.
May I comment to that? Or?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Have you had the opportunity to take a look at the 60, 50, and 40-foot areas to the north of Kings Forest?
Since you mentioned it to me, yes.
Okay, you've driven them?
Oh, I've been there before, yes.
Okay, well, good. Because I think the reason I say that is that I think they're very reflective of what we'll do. And in my view, they're not only handsome, but again, they create good neighborhood opportunity. But I understand beauty's in the eyes of the beholder. I respect that.
Thank you.
Mr. Toledano.
Thank you. I'm not going to take long, but someone said this, and I got a good laugh out of Mr. Marino for that. You know, someone said it's not a perfect world. That's exactly correct. But in this particular place, and you have to look at the situation of the places, that we have a developer who's going to come in and build a nice residential subdivision. We'll have to comply with all the requirements with, I heard Mr. Drum say, runoff, as if I don't think, sounded like he was telling us we're going to have a problem with runoff. In all due respect to our engineering department, they're going to make doggone sure we don't have a runoff problem. The engineers are going to make sure we don't have a traffic problem. This is a way to stop commercialism for all the people in this area, including the good people in Covington Meadows, because they don't want to see any more commercial. You heard them say they want residential. I respectfully suggest to all of us that we've got a developer who's going to build something that is going to economically drive this whole area in the positive direction. And in fact, it is less dense in reality, as you see on this map number 3, than a lot of the developments in the area. So it is protective of the density, it is protective of the community, it guards against commercial, it will not have eco-type problems that cannot be solved by the engineers. It's not perfect, but I'm thinking to myself, we're very lucky to get a residential area in that part of this community. And if I lived on Hellenberg Road and I really knew about this, I'd be lined up outside supporting it, because it protects those good people in that area who's made investments in some of those cul-de-sacs. I urge you to concur with your zoning commission, reminding you, of which Mr. Drum used to be a member of, gave a very strong vote in support of this. It's not perfect, but this is a chance for us to do something that protects this community. And on that basis, my motion is to concur, Mr. Chairman, with the zoning approval.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Toledano. Mr. Davis.
I will second that motion.
Okay, well.
I would prefer to second that motion.
That's okay.
Thank you.
That's okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, motion by Mr. Toledano, seconded by Mr. Jimmy Davis. Any other questions from the council? Please vote.
The motion passes with 13 yeas, 1 nay, and no one absent.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
I'm sorry, sir?
I said thank you for your time.
Oh, sure. Mr. Toledano, I need the introduction of an ordinance. Motion by Mr. Toledano, seconded by Mr. Kenyon-Lett to introduce an ordinance. Thank you. Item 4 is Aaron Toohey, Nicholas Henry Lociero, and Brian P. Dunn appealing the Planning Commission approval on February 8, 2022 for the re-subdivision of lots 1, 3, 64, 65, and 67 into lots 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, Square 21, the North Division of the Berg Boulevard, Ward 3, District 5. Do we have, excuse me 1 second.
Mr. Chairman, if you would.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Dean is asking that I speak at length on these issues, but I'm going to let him down and say that I'm going to move to postpone this. We are continuing to work with the engineering department as well as the parties in interest, some of which are represented here, that have raised good points with regard to this development. Mr. Marone represents the proposed developer. We're all working together to see if we can reach a resolution on those things. Based upon that, I'm going to move to postpone.
Okay, so Mr. Toledano, just for your information, I understand your motion. We do have 3 speaker cards. All in favor? You want to ask if these people want to speak, or you want to move on and postpone right now?
I was not aware of it. I would, whoever those people are, and pardon me for not knowing who they are, okay, I'm going to ask them to consider yielding, because tonight it's going to be postponed. However, as Mr. Bennett would say, you have a right to speak if you choose.
Well, I just want you to be aware that they are Aaron Toohey, John Vincent, and Charlie Clark.
Well, and those are the good gentlemen that are part of my little committee trying to work this thing to some resolution.
Okay.
But Charlie, would y'all yield? Yeah, they yield.
Very good. Thank y'all. So we have a motion by Mr. Toledano to postpone for a month. Mr. Toledano?
At this moment, yes.
Okay. And seconded by, okay, Mr. Fitzgerald. You'll be the next one. Any questions? Please vote.
Ms. Casavon? The motion is unanimous with 2 absent.
Thank you. Item 5 under appeals, Aaron Toohey and Nicholas Henry Lociero, appealing the Planning Commission approval on February 8, 2022 for the re-subdivision of lots 1 through 68 into lots 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11, Square 23, the North Division of the Berg Boulevard, Ward 3, District 5.
Again,
Mr. Toledano.
Mr. Bender, thank you. Again, following the guiding light of my mentor, Mr. Dean, I'm going to move to postpone this. This is a related matter in direct connection with the one we just spoke on and postponed also. And again, for the record, I'm working with the parties in interest to resolve the issues that might exist with regard to these properties. Thank you.
So you would like to postpone for 1 month?
That was my motion.
Okay, thank you.
Hidden in all those other words.
Motion by, I'll promise Ms. Tanner this one. There was a fight between Mr. Fitzgerald and Ms. Tanner. I promise to this. Second by Ms. Tanner. Any comments? Please vote.
Mr. Lorino? The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Moving to ordinances for adoption. Item 1 is ordinance calendar number 6852, ordinance to amend St. Tammany Parish Code of Ordinances, Part 2, Chapter 105, Buildings and Construction, Chapter 115, Drainage and Flood Control, Chapter 125, Subdivision Regulations. I need a motion and a second. A motion by Mr. Lorino, seconded by Mr. Canulette. Any comments? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 4 absent.
Thank you. Item 2, ordinance calendar number 693, 6903 AA. Ordinance to impose a 6-month moratorium on receipt of submissions by the Parish Zoning Commission, the Parish Planning Commission, or the Parish Administration for rezoning of property which would result in an increase in the allowable density of a residentially zoned parcel greater than A2 to no greater than 1 unit per acre. Okay. Okay. President Cooper, you would like to do your little presentation? I understand you have a video. Sure. No, yes, sir. Sure.
Okay, so, all right, just stay by. Just give me a minute. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the council, members of the general public, those that are here this evening, and those that are outside, and those that are maybe watching on our cable access STPG-TV. I believe we all agree that growth and development is outpacing our infrastructure, and it has been for years. What you'll be considering tonight is the adoption of an ordinance which would suspend the receipt of rezoning applications for high-density residential and PUD overlays for a period of 6 months, while identified studies and the investment in infrastructure that we've provided continues. It is not a moratorium on building. It is not a moratorium on development under the current zoning classifications. So before you give members of the audience this evening the opportunity to speak regarding this important issue, I have a brief informational video presentation. Please indulge. Thank you.
There are few places like St. Tammany Parish, a community where familiar faces greet you at the store, where our children become scholars at the same remarkable schools we once attended, in a parish where businesses can soar while yielding one of the lowest unemployment rates in the country. A thriving culture and beautiful, breathtaking scenery sewn into the very fabric of who we are. This is our home. There's a reason why those who come to visit don't leave, and those who have been here from the beginning have not left. In order to maintain our highly regarded success and hold our superior quality of life to the highest of standards, we must look forward. Growth is inevitable and a sign of deepest success. St. Tammany Parish is at a monumental crossroads. The decisions that we make today will determine the future of our children. Over the last 20 years, our parish has seen a population boom of 46%. According to the latest census data, we are now the 4th largest parish with more than 260,000 residents. We're happy to welcome new families, but with new neighbors comes more cars on the roads and greater demand on our water and utility systems and all of our infrastructure. And based on historical growth, we can expect 30 to 40,000 new neighbors in the next 20 years. The truth is, development has outgrown our infrastructure. If we remain on this path, traffic will get more congested, flooding will become more common, and the vibrant and colorful culture and community that we love will become just a distant memory. Your parish government is working diligently to ensure that our quality of life will remain intact for generations to come. However, we cannot accurately plan for the future without getting a grasp on rampant development. The comprehensive plan was written for St. Tammany Parish 23 years ago. It's critical for us now to develop and implement a new plan that will guide our growth over the next 20 years. That plan will take an in-depth look at how our parish is growing and ultimately envision the evolution of our parish. The new comprehensive plan, New Directions 2040, is one of several plans we're going to implement. We are rewriting our Unified Development Code. The current code allows developers to clear-cut land, dig ponds, and use the spoils for construction. This process creates more likelihood for flooding. The rewrite will set more precise requirements for all construction to reduce the flood risk for our citizens. To be clear, we do not want to stop quality development. We do want to stop development at any cost. Currently, we are developing comprehensive parish-wide plans addressing the wetlands, drainage, and transportation, none of which plans exist in St. Tammany Parish today. In order to accurately plan for and address these concerns that we all face daily, we must limit high-density residential development in areas in which they are not approved. That is why I propose a moratorium or suspension of rezoning applications for high-density development, including PUDs or planned unit developments. We are not restricting new building permits, and any property may be developed under its current zoning classification. Thousands of lots remain available across the parish for higher density development. We are merely trying to restrict changes in zoning to higher densities temporarily. The construction industry has been a tremendous partner for our community. Nearly $30 million in impact fees over the past 16 years have been allocated toward 23 projects. Currently, there are 6 moratoriums that have been passed by our parish council. Even more have been adopted by some of our municipalities. Moratoriums are not new and are used to ensure a sustainable quality of life.
This is our way of asking for a pause. This is a chance to take the time to make proper plans for our future before it's too late. St. Tammany Parish can continue to be the charming community it has always been. My administration will not sit idle while our citizens feel the impacts of development.
We can make improvements by requiring smarter building practices and providing updates to our building codes that reflect our residents' values and expectations. Our infrastructure, including traffic, water systems, and other amenities, can be strengthened, but it must coincide with all of our plans for the future. People come to St. Tammany Parish for great schools, family-oriented activities, the enjoyment of nature, and everything else that encompasses the North Shore lifestyle. Let's ensure that our children can reap the benefits of our smart planning today.
Thank you, President Cooper. Mr. Davis.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Bender. As the sponsor of this moratorium, obviously I'm for it, but as a sponsor of this moratorium, let's talk about density, because that's the issue. We talk about infrastructure, we talk about drainage, but let's talk about density. Currently, on the books, we have A8, A7, A6, which is multifamily homes. We have A5, which is two-family homes. Okay. Obviously, these things under the short-term moratorium, we wouldn't be able to rezone from a different zoning, from a higher zoning to a lower zoning like this. Let's go into single-family home residences, because I think this is where most of our issues are happening right now. We have A4A, which has 6 units per acre. Obviously, we just approved one earlier. But again, it was already approved it was suggested by the council to approve, and in that specific location, it probably worked. So you have 6 units per acre with 60-foot lots. Let's go up to the next zoning classification, A4, where you have 4 units per acre with 90-foot lots. So that's a little increase in lot size, which is pretty nice. Still 4 units per acre. Then we go up to the next size, A3. And A3, of course, is 2 units per acre with 100-foot lots. So you're looking at about 100 by 218 for a nice country lot. Then you go up to A2, of course, we all know is 1 unit per acre, is what this initial memorandum was going to be written for. And of course, we did some amendments to that earlier last month. And of course, we go up higher than that, A1A, which is 1 unit per 3 acres, and then A1, which is 1 unit per 5. I'm not even going to talk about estates. Nobody can afford an estate zoning properly right now, especially people who are trying to move into St. Tammany Parish. So with that being said, I'm talking about the moratorium indirectly. Let's talk about it directly. After doing a lot of soul searching and trying to decide what would be the best decision for this parish to take a pause at. And the only thing I can come up with, especially after listening to some of the local builders, not the higher density builders, but the local builders, is I believe at this time to do the moratorium at this level, I think what we should do is make one more amendment, a slight amendment change one more time, and then adopt it next week, if it's appropriate for the rest of the council. Now, with that being said, I think we should go ahead and allow A3 zoning, which is 2 units per acre. I think that the local home builders would appreciate that, because I think with that being said, an A3 zoning with 2 units per acre at 100 by 218 foot is something that's going to be affordable for people to live into. Obviously, the PUD's gone for now. The PUD is one of those things, and the T&D was President Cooper, I forgot to inform you, the T&D too would be on pause totally. So we would pause the PUDs, which actually has no lot size requirements. Now, I don't know how we got to this point, but it has no lot size requirements. It has density requirements, of course, because it has to have the matching underlying zoning. And I don't mean to give you so much information at once, but it's just, I'm trying to figure out what would be the best for St. Tammany Parish as a whole, since this would be a blanket moratorium over all 14 districts. So with that being said, I know we're going to discuss this afterwards. I would like to make a amendment for the following. If you look at the moratorium as it's written, on the first paragraph, where it says ordinance to impose a 6-month moratorium on receipt of submissions by the Parish Zoning Commission, I don't think we need to put the Parish Planning Commission or Parish Administration. Just go right to the Parish Zoning Commission for rezoning, because that's what it's about. This is not stopping growth. This is stopping the rezoning of a higher density to a lower density. Excuse me, the lower density to a higher density. So I believe we could just kind of wipe out that line, the Parish Planning Commission or Parish Administration for that, for rezoning. A little further down, for rezoning of property, which would result in an increase in allowable density of a residential zone parcel greater than A3, not A2, which would state A3, which we know is 2 units per acre. And of course, a planned unit development overlay, PUD, or a traditional neighborhood development district, TND2, would not be approved in this moratorium stage. We skip the next paragraph and go to the third paragraph. Whereas the St. Tammany Parish Code of Ordinances, Chapter 2, Article 16, Section 2-619 specifically allows for a moratorium in the submission of rezoning requests to the St. Tammany Parish Zoning Commission. Again, we go ahead and draw the line through the end submission of major or minor subdivision reviews. We talked about this last month. That's why it was amended to this. So we're going to get rid of that last line in the third paragraph where after it stops at Zoning Commission. We'll skip the next paragraph. The next paragraph after that is where it says, whereas residential developments. Let's be specific. Let's say whereas high-density residential developments. So you're just adding 2 words to that statement there. Then we can skip the next 2, 3. We get down to the second to the last paragraph on the first page. Whereas in order to maintain such stability, it is necessary not to maintain, but to suspend receipt of high-density residential zoning applications while the parish's studies are performed and plans are formulated. I've always believed that before you can make a good, smart decision, you got to get a lot of information. I mean, that's just the way I believe, okay? So how do you do that? It's with the eyes, not like the eye in a team, but it's eyes, okay? You investigate the situation. You investigate it by getting more information. Once you get the information, then you can interpret it. Once you interpret the information, then you can implement it. Well, unfortunately, this quick increase of people coming into this neighborhood has hindered us. There's no question about that. So that's just a little personal statement on that. Please don't add that to the amendment. After that, the last paragraph of the first page, the Parish of St. Tammany hereby ordains for a period of 6 months from the effective date of this ordinance, there shall be a moratorium of receipt of submissions by the Parish Zoning Commission, and of course get rid of the Parish Planning Commission and Parish Administration, for rezoning of property, which would result in an increase in the allowable density of a residential zone parcel greater than A3, which would be 2 units per acre, not 1 unit per acre. Planned unit development and T&Ds. On the second page of the ordinance, that next paragraph, where be it further ordained, in addition to traditional zone changes, the moratorium shall likely apply to applications for PUDs. That's basically the same thing, so we can get rid of that whole paragraph. And that's about it, except for the second page, 5th paragraph. Again, The moratorium shall prevent the parish zoning commission, not the parish planning commission or parish administration. That doesn't need to be this. It's the parish zoning commission that's really going to be helped with this moratorium. I think they're all in with this one. I really do. From what I've learned and talked to each individual, one of the people on the parish planning and zoning commission. I do have another point that I don't want to include in the moratorium, but I think it needs to be said. Let's say you have an A4 zoning, and you want to go ahead and upsize it. This would allow that from an A4 to A3, or A2, or A1A, or A1. You can upsize as long as that upsize is no less than A3. That doesn't state that in here, but I want everybody to realize that. And so with that being said, I'd like to make I guess a motion to amend again for, that's it.
Okay. So we've heard Mr. Davis's amendment. Mr. Lorino.
Thank you. I'm speaking right now, yeah.
He's next in line, and that's who I'm called on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Davis. I know that was a lot, but more importantly, I know you have given us a lot of thought from the inception of this moratorium since it's been put in place. And part of this discussion is the way this moratorium was put in place. We could have had these discussions and ironed some of these things out without the amendments that we're now looking at, but that didn't transpire. But nevertheless, I'm going to just second exactly what you just said, and I'll have some questions as we go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lorino. So we have a second. Mr. Airy.
Yeah, it's just a little hard to follow some of the amendments, but I agree that it needs to be amended because the two of my fundamental, I don't have a problem with not having PUDs. Frankly, we could take PUDs out of the code and I would be happy with that. I do have a little bit of problem with the A3, certainly with the A2, but one of the issues that I have with this is the way it reads now is essentially what it says is you can't ask for any zoning unless that zoning results in A2. No greater, and it reinforces that by saying resulting in no greater density than A1. So if I had somebody that had an apartment complex and they wanted to go to A4 under this, they wouldn't even be able to ask that. And if you look at this list that the parish president's office gave us, most of the time when we're faced with one of these zonings, we have mixed zoning like we did tonight, where there's already a commercial use or something else that has a higher density into it. And even though at the end of the day it looks like it's more dense, actually from what they could already do, it's a down zoning on it, and this essentially stops that. It even says if you have commercial property, so if you had industrial property, you can only go to A2. So if somebody had industrial property and they come to you and say, hey, I want to do A4, I think most of us would be pretty happy with that for the most part. It's not allowed under this, and I just don't think that makes any sense, especially in a lot of places where there's older zoning of industrial, and now there's been residential backed up to it. If you can get more residential, you would prefer that rather than having industrial zoning. So I think if those two issues can be resolved, even though, and we could go to A4, because really A4 isn't actually 4 houses per acre. It's really about 3.3 or so, because if you don't use a PUD, by the time you put your streets in, your drainage in, your green space in, you're not getting the whole, you're not putting 4 houses on every single acre in it. It's not possible. So it's actually going to be a little bit less than that. So I think to me, and certainly where I live, that's not a 3 houses per acre, or a little bit more than 3 houses per acre isn't that dense. And I understand one of the reasons why we chose A2, or the parish president chose A2, is because of the septic issues. You have to have your own sewer if you go to anything less or anything more dense than A2. But once again, then if you don't have the sewer capacity, then you're going to do nothing because you're not going to get approved to be able to build. So those are my two main concerns with it. Like I said, I think everybody would agree with the no PUD and the no T&D. Not that we really have an issue with those, except for Kurt Drum. But I would say, notwithstanding all the other questions that I have, certainly about, we hear there's thousands of lots that are available. I've never seen a list of those, and I asked, how many lots do we have already existing zoning? I also think, I have a moratorium that I'm putting on because, frankly, I'm already zoned out, and I have some areas that have 656 units per acre. And once again, if we have some issues with certain areas, I think the councilmen have already come and put these moratoriums in place on those specific areas, and that has a way of focusing your attention on it. And I'm just concerned that when we go to the whole parish, if you drive up to Folsom, it's, there's not a lot of density up there. It's more the estate. So I don't know why we would prohibit the whole parish when really we all know that there's certain targeted areas that we need to put our resources toward and fix those areas, some of which are obviously long-standing, but I would much prefer to see that than the whole parish being locked down with this. But if we could get it to A4, then I would let that go, even though realistically all we're saying is you can't ask. If you already have it, which most of the areas that are the issues that we have with commercial and already existing zoning, you're going to be allowed to build there anyway. So I don't know if we're really solving the problem that we have. Although if this takes some of the burden off of the staff from even having to try to look at some of these requests, and they can focus on getting us the technical amendments that the engineering firm or the engineering staff wants and our engineering consultants want in order to make the development code better, then I'd be fine with that. So I said, I'd like if we could change that to A4, then to amend that to A4 versus A3.
Thank you, Mr. Arian. After I hear these other speakers, then that can be addressed with Mr. Davis and Mr. Lorino. Mr. Canulet.
Yeah, that's okay. Thank you. So you're hearing a lot of good stuff from the council members here. I think what we originally presented was really dropped on us, and I do not appreciate that. But there are several moratoriums in place that have a whole lot more teeth than what this one does now. They got moratoriums out there where you can't bring your shovel and stick it in the dirt. You're getting cited. You're going to get in trouble. This is a real and serious problem. So the only thing I'm going to add a little bit more is instead of 6 months, I'd like to see it 3 months. No, hold on. As everyone feels like this is so important, at the end of 3 months, we can renew it. We can continuously renew it. But I don't know about y'all, but I want to hear results in 3 months. I don't want to wait 6 months and hear nothing. I want results. Everybody wants results. The only way we're going to get results is if we put a hard timetable on them and put everybody's feet to the floor and say, in 3 months, you need to come up with some concrete stuff, real facts. Because if you come up to us and it's the same thing you told us tonight, and you make no improvements, no concessions, no anything, what do you think you're going to get in 6 months? So that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Canulet. Ms. Casbon.
Yes. This moratorium that's before us, we've heard that we need to address traffic. This is what the people are telling me, to address traffic, to address drainage. In the time period that we have, and I think these studies, we're dead on these studies, and thank you, Gina, for this comprehensive list of what is going on. I think the whole parish needs to see this, about the new directions, unified code, parish wetlands plan, All this is needed, but what I feel is that each councilman has identified the traffic and drainage problems in their area, in their districts. And they've placed their own moratoriums in these areas because they know their districts so well. Planning and zoning is aware of these areas that can't handle the high density. If you would talk to each councilman, you would have learned that the drainage problems are being addressed, but the problem is in the timeline that it takes. When a councilman identifies the area, I use my drainage and road money to fix these drainage areas. It's taken 2 years to start a project. They started it 2 weeks ago. I am still waiting for 2 years on studies on the Goodby Pond, Coquille Pond, and I guess if you want to say, developers that have called about developing pieces of land within my district, I cite that as, no, we really can't handle anything till we find out about this drainage, till we get these plans back. 1077 is a failed road. These are things that, in a way, puts a moratorium without officially naming it in my area, but that's because I know my area. The other part, as Jake said, the Folsom area is, we're not even looking at that, but there are some places that would like to build maybe family homes and stuff. That it's not a subdivision, but it's still the dividing, of the land into the acreage. We need, I feel like, a way of addressing these problems or figure out this is the study or committee or whatever it would take to organize and find out what it would take to get the money that we need for our roads. I'm being told by state representatives that St. Tammany Parish doesn't request money for roads. Oh, I didn't know that project. Just a month ago, Senator McMath found out about the Coquille roundabout and requested those plans. And, whose responsibility is it to get to DOTT? Is it the Coquille Recreation District to do that? Or do we have a representative here, at our level, at the parish level, staff level, that would handle and see where, I know you have two in your area. We have all these roundabouts. Where are they? Is it somebody that's pushing the state for this money to come back to us? These are the things that we need to focus on. The studies are great. We need that. But we also need to, these are things that we need to do to improve the infrastructure, just like the interstate. They're redoing it, but that took, both the federal and the state and people working together to come up with the solution. I don't know about y'all, but I have requested that I would sit down and express the things that I needed done or my objections to this, in that the fact that we're already putting moratoriums in our areas, that a blanket moratorium is not good for every area. Also, I don't know how far this goes, but we're possibly looking at supply and demand on homes that in 2 years that everybody's affected because our taxes, our assessments will go up because of the need for more homes and stuff. So I think we can continue to do all of these studies, but also we need to come up with a solution in order to move the projects which we have identified, and we know the problems in our districts, to move them forward in a more timely manner, that these things could be fixed.
Thank you, Ms. Casbon. Mr. Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of things. One is, Mr. Davis, I like what you said. I can go with what your amendments are. I like the A3 thing instead of the A2. I also like, Chris, your discussion, and if you want to put it in a form of a motion, I'd be glad to second it, because it is, and I'm going to get to another statement real quick. I think, when you get to thinking, how did we get here?
What made it so severe that we had to totally shut down an entire industry? Not totally shut down, but you know where I'm going with it. For 6 months, last month that we're talking about, maybe 12 months, maybe 18 months. How did we get there? I think it's because we have had a tremendous lack of communication. And that might be from, and I'm going to say enough to make everybody mad, all right? So I'm going to, nobody's going to be, but I think the administration, if I were there, I would say, okay, developers, I want to sit down and talk with you. Here's what I want to limit. I want y'all to stop building all these apartments. I want you to stop doing this, this, and this. But you got to bring them to the table. There are certain people who, I couldn't go out there and build Ochsner Boulevard, but we got help from a developer in order to get something like that done. A lot of our infrastructure was put in place with the help of developers. So we can't deny them. We can't say, developer, go away. We're going to sit here in our little, nice little homes. We have to have that in order to grow responsibly. All right? And I think there has been a tremendous absence. And I'm not going to mention previous cases, but believe me, from District 1, I know what the heck I'm talking about. All right? We've had just total lack of communication. I think that if I'm going to vote for this, first of all, it's going to be our moratorium, not just President Cooper's moratorium. And Mike, this is no disrespect to you, but is all a conjoint kind of thing. So every email I got said, please vote for President Cooper's moratorium. It is a moratorium. But I want to see every 3 months what has happened. What have you talked about? If I want the developers and if I want the citizens, I would go to the citizens, to the homeowner association meetings that we go to, that the council members go to. What do y'all want? What do you not want? You got to accept something. That's the hard part of our hard job, is to tell our constituents, the people that we like, the people who vote for us, to tell them kind of the hard news is that, look, we have to have this. In order to, we got to have schools, we got to have grocery stores, we got to have some commercial, we got to have other kinds of, Mr. Smith was talking about more affordable housing. We can't all live on 1 acre lots, all right? So, we all, and I know I'm kind of preaching to the choir, but I'm going to suggest very strongly that there's a reason why we got to this point. All right, and it ain't a good reason. It's not a functional thing. We got to get more functional in terms of communication. So I'm going to suggest that as part of this, and like I said, Chris, if you want to put that on there, I'll second it. Every 3 months we talk about what have you done, and have you included the development and the Home Builders Association in your plan for the parish. You can't put blinders on. The developers are bad and we're good. We can't do that. All right, because we see what we get. Now we're shutting down, we're having to, no communication, let's just shut everything down. Council, you got to do it. All right, so, sir.
Wait.
You want me to make a motion?
Whoa.
Can I make a motion for an amendment?
Yeah, one second if you would, Marty, okay? So.
I was on such a roll.
I know, I get it. But I got Chris talking over me.
Okay, let's just shut him up.
So Marty, okay, so let me just say, we have a motion on the floor for an amendment with multiple things, which I'm told Michelle with our council staff is giving copies out to the public. I received a copy. Is everybody getting a copy? No? Were we not making copies? Okay, can we make some copies for the public?
That's a bunch of copies.
Please. We will have copies, okay? I'm sorry, when I received one, I thought it meant that all of you were getting one too, okay? I'll request a copy, if we could, for as many in the audience as possible, okay? So, because it doesn't look like we're going to move super quick. I'm looking at the people. Okay. So we have.
And I apologize. I realize you have an amendment on the floor already.
No, that's okay, Marty. But just to go back a little bit, we have a motion and a second on an amendment with a lot of verbiage, but to bring it down to density part only. That would move A1, A2, and add A3 as allowable. Okay, that's what we have. What we're going to have to deal with, not now, but a little later, is Mr. Airy's point that he would like Mr. Jimmy Davis to consider, and Mr. Lorino, going to A4 on the amendment instead of A3. Okay, now, and we have Mr. Canulette, who would like a 3-month moratorium instead of a 6, but not Mr. Airy, Mr. Canulette's not a motion yet, and we can't take all these motions at one time. So, Mr. Dean, what would you like to do, sir? No, I mean, what was Mr. Canulette?
Desk right here.
No, seriously. Listen, I've been listening to what you're saying. It's all excellent.
Part of my whole big foolish speech there just was to say that the 3 months would give us a quicker checkpoint to see that we're getting somewhere. So all I was doing was backing up Chris's to see that we're getting somewhere in terms of communication, bringing the developers to the table in this building to discuss all of this, because those are the people who are doing all this that we're trying to curtail.
Okay, so you would be amenable to considering a second to Mr. Canulette's once we get past whatever we got to get past here.
Yes, sir.
Okay, just as a point, though, for everybody, okay, not to change anybody's views with 6 months, 3 months, not at all, only informational. So everybody knows this. Any moratorium can be vacated at any time by a vote of the council, a majority vote of the council, okay? So I'm not advocating the 6 months versus the 3 months, but the 3 months could be vacated at the end of 2 months. And the 6 months could be vacated at the end of 2 months or 3 months or 4 months. So I understand the good points. I just wanted to throw that kind of into the mix as a consideration, okay? So Marty will hold yours and Chris's for the time being, okay? All right. Oh, excuse me. Yes, yes.
And I just wanted to point out to you and to Mr. Canulette as well that the council amended the moratorium ordinance last year, and in section 2620, it says 3 months after new moratorium is in place,
Right.
the council member for the district in which the moratorium is in place shall provide an update on the status of the moratorium at a regular council meeting.
And that was Mr. Davis?
That's in the current code.
But that, in this case, that would be Mr. Davis.
Correct.
Since he co-sponsored.
As a sponsor, yes.
So may I add something to that? Because there's a reason I brought 3 months up, Jerry.
I understand.
So the reason I'm bringing the 3 months is, if we get to 3 months and we have nothing going forward, then we have no teeth to push forward through this. I mean, at least if you put 3 months in place and you get, if we get nothing, I don't think we're going to get nothing, but if we get nothing, then the council can end it right then and there. Because look, to move this forward, we're going to have to push. And we're going to have hard timelines. And that's why I want to do the 3 months. That's motivation. So that's why I want to say that. So
I understand. And Mr. Canulette, if I could, let me just say, so that's going to be considered.
I got you.
Tonight, okay? And I appreciate everybody's comments. Okay. Ms. Casbon, you still want to speak, or? Okay. So we're down to Mr. Lorino. Mr. Lorino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I just have a couple of things. All the emails and texts I received, they all carried one word: density, density, density. Every single one. What is the main issue of density? It's a plan unit development. planned unit development. Everyone at this dais knows that, and quite frankly, everyone out there, if they want to really be honest with each other, will say that it's a planned unit development. So how do we rectify this issue? Let's go to the planned unit development that Mr. Davis is speaking of. And then I second, let's take it. Let's change it. Let's throw it out the window. Let's reword it. Let's do whatever we need to do. Now, that's very simple. My moratorium is stronger than President Cooper's moratorium. It stops all, A-L-L. And as I sit here today, and you have heard me say that, and not only heard me say it, it's been brought up that by some people out there that I reflect back to this moratorium. The bottom line is I'm still waiting 5 years to get my first roundabout. 5 years. And is it fair? Is it fair to have a moratorium presented to the citizens of St. Tammany Parish and say 6 months? No, it's not. It could have been said it's required for 6 months by an ordinance. But you all don't know that. You don't know that. How do you find out? We have to tell you. It should have been put in the original ordinance. But it wasn't. You figure out why. Now, let me say one other thing. Mr. Canulet has a very good point. Unified Development Code has been worked on for 2.5 years since I'm sitting here, and a prior 2 years by the other administration. Unified Development Code. We should be able to meet at St. Tammany Parish with the builders here and the developers, Mr. Dean said, every single week if we want to really get this job done. And it should be incumbent on us to say that to the administration. Meet every week until we get it done. I'll be there. Let's get other people there. But let's get it done, by golly. Let's get it done. Let's don't sit here and wait 2.5 more years. Mr. Dean, I'm going to shut up now. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lorino. Mr. Mike Smith.
Okay. I've got a short-term moratorium on one particular part of my district, which I'm actually thinking about expanding down Brown Switch. It's mostly along Military, okay, for very specific reasons, okay? Several of us have that. It's more of a scalpel. The moratorium is more of a sledgehammer. I'm not necessarily, I think that we would have done better, like my moratorium has no PUDs in that particular area can be approved. I don't see why we can't. We all know what the problem is there. Let's just revoke the PUD ordinances. I'm sure there's a good reason why it's not that easy, but let's look into it anyway. Government tends to eat up time. Okay, it took me 8 months to get a catch basin in, like working to get it in, a simple catch basin in an area that needed the catch basin because of the hurricane season and because it was near the retention pond. That was just a catch basin, which is pretty simple. So if we say, well, we're going to give you 6 months, okay, but it probably will be longer, okay? we might want to consider very closely the 3-month, and definitely the A3. Okay, I think those are good amendments. And I think that it does, like administration wants, give us time to come up with specific ordinances, which we can pass if they're good ordinances, okay? And it gives us time. We have been talking about this moratorium for months, and it won't go into effect for a while. So it's not like it's creeping up on anybody anymore. We should, by this point in time, have some ideas about what we need to specifically do. So ideally, 3 months should do it. And if it doesn't, then we can renew for another 3 months and get the job done that way. So I think both amendments are something that we should seriously consider.
Thank you, Mr. Mike Smith. Ms. Tanner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
You know, when this ordinance was first announced, my initial reaction was, like everyone else, oh, this is wonderful, this is great. But then I started talking to councilmen, talking to individuals, and I did some research. To my surprise, this was not going to accomplish anything. Most of the builders, or some of the builders, already have enough sites for a year or more in these areas that probably already flood or high-density areas. You know, and I'm going to use Mr. T.J. Smith as an example. Mr. Smith, we have moratoriums. Mr. Smith, we call him a moratorium king, okay? Mr. Smith comes in with moratoriums, but he says, here's what I need, here's why I need it, and here's how long it's going to be. In 6 months, he comes back, he says, well, I need another month on this. But he watches his moratoriums, he knows what he's going for, and he knows what he's going to accomplish, as most of the members here with a moratorium. You know, this parish is a great place. I've been here all my life. I wouldn't live anywhere else. You know, and I'm privileged that my district does not have density problems. It does not have flooding. And when I look at this ordinance, the only thing that I can say is, where's the plan? There's not a plan. It just says, we're going to do this. We're not going to build for 6 months. And then we're going to look at it, and it may go 2 years. Where's the plan? What are we going to try and accomplish with this ordinance? Are we going to say, okay, we put a moratorium on PUDs. In 6 months, we're going to rewrite the PUD ordinance. We're going to have it working. Okay, let's put a moratorium on, House Creek Road, my little road, okay? It's flooding. No, it don't. But anyway, let's put a moratorium. We're going to come up with a flood plan to alleviate that. What I see here is we don't have a plan. Nobody has a plan. And, you know, ladies and gentlemen, I just think we need a plan. If we're going to do a moratorium, know why we're doing it, have a reason for doing it, and get that done. The administration and council members here know the flooding areas. They know the high density. Put a moratorium on these areas. Say, okay, here's our list. Here's where our moratoriums are going to be. Let's look and let's see what we can do. That is a plan. Right now, I don't see a plan. I just see a knee-jerk reaction. This sounds good. Let's do it. What is it going to accomplish? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Ms. Tanner. Mr. Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
The moratorium in and of itself, you're right, Cheryl, will not accomplish much, but I know that the intent of the moratorium is to take a look at our ordinances and rewrite them to where they accomplish what we want to accomplish. Our developers over the years have meticulously followed our own ordinances, and when your developers follow the ordinances to a T under close supervision, and the outcomes are not desirable, it means the ordinances need to be changed. We shouldn't build another house that has any chance of flooding. It just shouldn't be done. We shouldn't build any house on a 35-foot lot because it meets the average requirement of A2. You know, we get 100 acres of A2, and so we can put 100 houses on spitting distances of each other's porch. It doesn't make sense. The developers are doing their jobs. They're following our own ordinances. Nobody's sneaking around doing anything. Nobody's putting anything by anybody. It takes 2 or 3 years to meet all our requirements for these PUDs. Trouble is, the requirements are wrong. So the moratorium's purpose, I like the amendment, Jimmy. The moratorium's purpose is to take a look at our ordinances and get them right so that we have the desired outcome of our projects. Nobody wants to see 500 acres leveled and 2,500 houses put there. That's at the bottom of this. We're done with that. My vision is to have our local developers build as many houses as they can build. That would mediate growth. They only build 30 or 40% of them. It's the big boys that come in and do the lion's share. From and the people I talk with, that's the problem. Nobody wants to look out there and see a sea of rooftops. So, the ordinances need to be looked at in this moratorium. Moratorium's a good idea. And yes, we need to pause, but we don't need only to pause, we need to act. Get this right so that our good developers, and they are good people, we can work together with them to come up with plans that are reasonable, that will address flooding. If we can't build raised houses in flood zones, then we don't build houses. There's plenty of flexibility in getting this thing done right, but the key, in my opinion, is, to your point, Councilman Canulette, we got to act. The time is now. Thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Fitzgerald.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Drum came over to speak to me a second. I didn't know what was said when I heard some clapping. Oh, you finished? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. Okay. Mr. Toledano.
At this juncture, I first want to have a question answered by Emily that's procedural so that everybody operates with the same set of facts. Emily, having heard Mr. Davis's amendments to this ordinance, is it your opinion that we need to hold this over for another meeting prior to adoption?
Yes, there are substantive
Okay.
changes. It'll need to be held over.
All right, let everybody in the audience know that, because probably most of us did not, or most of the people know, that this has to be held over for another month. We cannot adopt this ordinance tonight.
If the amendment passes. We still have to vote on the amendment, but if the amendment passes.
Right, can't vote on the amendment. But then we've got to hold it over to next month, correct?
Just as a point of clarification for the public, if the amendment passes, it holds over, okay? The amendment fails, then we will be voting on the moratorium tonight unless there is another amendment another motion that precludes us from voting on the moratorium tonight. That's just as a point of clarification. Thank you.
And that's well expressed, Mr. Bender, and the point to be made. The other thing I'm going to say for the moment, but I might have something later, in all due respect, is what I said before so that everybody understands this. All of these studies are great and they sound good and they're good plans. They need to be done, and I agree with President Cooper that he's properly defined these studies. However, for anybody in America to think this is only going to take 6 months, you will have left this hemisphere and this country and you'll be in outer space. This is going to take a tremendous amount of time. I've dealt with it in my district because I have a moratorium, and it is a very tight moratorium, as is Mr. Lorino's. We have moratoriums. Mike and I have dealt with this. It's not a question of dilatoriness on anybody's part, but I just want everybody, in fairness to the good people who are so interested in this or who are listening on TV, that the reality is this is going to take a heck of a long time, and we should not lose sight of it. The other point I'm going to make is just a footnote, because it doesn't come up today. You put all these studies together, you lay them out on the table, and I defy the first person who will be able to make sense out of them as they relate to that study, this study, and that study. We are going to have a tremendous expert in compiling that and translating that into recommendations. I only say that to remind all of us that what we are talking about is a massive, massive undertaking, lest we not lose sight of that. Now, with that having been said, I want to hear some more comments to see where we are going in this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Toledano. Ms. O'Brien.
Yes, my colleagues have made some excellent points. I find myself more in line with what Mr. Fitzgerald is saying. I mean, I think anybody with common sense knows that we're not going to have a bunch of new roads in 6 months. I remember when we gave our list of requests to RPC, they talked about if we were lucky from beginning to end, a road or roundabout or whatever would take maybe 3 years if we were lucky. The purpose of this, as David Fitzgerald mentioned, was to get the ordinances correct. I'm telling you, from my district, I'm hearing people are just tired of the traffic and they want something done. They want accountability for what's going on. We need to do something. I support what Jimmy is proposing as his amendment. I think we need to go ahead and have benchmarks, as people are saying. But I also wanted to ask a question of our chairman. Jerry, you had said something about getting a community group together.
Yes.
Has that started, may I ask?
Yes. Thank you, Maureen. Yes, so we are very close to completing that. We've had the council members who would like to be involved. They pretty quickly got in touch with me. We have a representative from each of the builder organizations, about 4 of them. I've got a commitment from a knowledgeable citizen, and I believe a reasonable person. I've got phone calls into 2 or 3 other citizens who I think are reasonable people on both sides of an issue and can look out for the best interest of our community as a whole. Once we get that finalized, then I'll be making an announcement and we will begin having meetings. Now, since you asked, and I'm going to make this short, the purpose of that has always been, as we said last month, would be to come up with some, and I use the word simple solutions because, if I may, Maureen, okay. Let's take the word infrastructure. It's a good word. Very difficult solution. Takes time. Takes time. Went to a meeting, I'm not going to say who everybody else was in the meeting, went into a meeting last week. Y'all might remember it in December of 2000, the council put forth 13 budget amendments, and somebody mentioned the interstate, dealt with a number of those on interstates, okay? That was December of 2020. The studies have been done, had a meeting this past week on all of them, and now they can move to design phase. Now that was a year and 4 months ago. Design will have to go out for RFPs, requests for proposals, and multiple consulting engineers will be chosen. They will handle design. The money's already in the budget. We put it in there. This council put it in there in 2000. And then it can then go to construction stage, which will require bids to go out by DOTD, a time for notice to proceed, and then construction time. I'm not trying to give you bad news, but infrastructure is an easy word to attach to the word moratorium. But it takes a long time. We all know this. Everybody in this audience, all of us know it's just a fact, okay? It just takes time. But yes, the committee will be at work. I believe I'll get the answers to the other requests to a few citizens, and then we will get moving forward, Ms. O'Brien, within, I hope, within 2 weeks.
I think that's definitely the way to go. Look, I'm hearing so much frustration about traffic, but at the same time, I hear support for local builders, local. The guys who are building 4 houses, 5 houses in a year are not the problem, certainly. So I think we need to go ahead and have some really serious discussions. I love the idea about this group of local people, all sides, giving input. But I will tell you, and I'm sure all of y'all are hearing the same thing, people have had it with traffic. We have to do something. And that's why what David and Chris and all saying is very important. We've got to do something. We have to stop talking about it and do something. Now, it's past time.
Thank you, Ms. O'Brien. Mr. Davis.
Just a couple of more comments. I'm so excited to see Councilman Fitzgerald get excited. To be honest, I mean, you know, and he's right to the point, people. I mean, he's right to the point. The only way we're going to have smart growth is with smart ordinances. It's that easy. Not that the work's going to be easy to get there, but that's what it takes. Now, talking to Ross Liner last month about this, when we first started with the amendment, he informed everybody, all the rest of the councilmen, that every 2 months he was going to send an email and tell us the progress of what's happening with all these studies. That's great. I want to make sure that gets done and stuff like that. But again, we don't have to wait to change all the zoning ordinances to be presented. Let's start off with the major one. Let's work on the PUD overlay first, get it out the way, whether we adopt it, whether we change it, whether we throw it away. Who cares? Show us some work on that. And the administration knows they're at the task. I mean, they're at the task. They know this. We got great guys in the planning department. We know that, okay? So let's just get it done. And then we can work on other things. Maybe we have to change A4A instead of 60-foot lots to 75-foot lots. Maybe we have to do that, or they have to do that, and we can vote on it. You know, we have a lot of substandard lots here that are 25 foot. We'll put 3 of them together, make them 75, and then make it an A4A. It's not that difficult, but it's going to take work. And once you do the work, you have to present it. And that's the key, to present it to us and to present it to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. I have my name in next. So, first of all, and you know, we're going to get moving to something here tonight, but let us remember one thing, and I brought this up at a previous meeting, and I know it's easy to kind of gawk at or whatever, but let me tell you, the way government works is whatever goes to the Planning and Development Department for a zoning change, okay, that then goes to the Zoning Commission. And then any registered voter in this parish has a 10-day time period that they can appeal any decision. It can be a wonderful decision by the Zoning Commission. That's not the point. The point is they can come up and get a place on this agenda. With 10 days, it comes to the council. So, does the council do everything absolutely 100% correct? Who knows? We can do our best. But I will tell you, this is an important piece to this. Last month, we had a difficult development. I'm not going to refer to any particular development. Months before that, we had another one. And while some people would say, well, the council's going to approve everything, they were not approved by wide margins, okay? So in a sense, the system itself provides for a process of appeals, okay? Past us, and it's happened, is district court. So there's an appeal process that is kind of like its own little, wait a second, pause moratorium. We want to hear your appeal. Or there's no appeal, you're good with it, whatever. The second thing is that we cannot stop home building in this parish forever, okay? And I'm not saying anybody wants to do that. But let's be realistic. No matter what we put A1, A2, whatever, I am putting my faith, okay, in what the concept of this committee that we're talking about. And I'm not promising anything from it. It's not politics. It is about what I've heard several of my colleagues say, which is getting something done, getting something accomplished. That's more than a study, okay? And somebody said it right. Then you got to hire somebody to read the study to you, to tell you what the study says. But we've got 3 home builder organizations that have committed a person. We've got an independent landowner that's committed to be involved. We've got council members committed. We've got a citizen or 2 committed and going to get 2 more. That's my hope. And then we're going to go to work on not an interstate that's going to take 5 more years. I mean, we know how long it takes, okay? We're going to work on the things that are giving us the most trouble. I'm not telling you it's going to stop traffic on Highway 190. I'm not saying that. But a lot of people come here when it's an A4A PUD. And I'm not making a generalization that every A4A PUD is bad. I'm not. But we know it packs the room when we have those. So we need to look at it. You know, we need to look at how much of an intensity do we have focused on getting our money from the state government, asking for everything we need and more, getting it moving as fast as we can get it moving, because we don't keep an eye on it, believe me, they're not going to keep an eye on it for us. Now, that's the administration side of the deal. The council is going to provide funding. Mr. Davis just said something. This group is going to work on the Code of Ordinances, the zoning code, to look at what exactly can we do collectively as a recommendation to the full council that says we could change this right now. We've got brain power up here, and believe me, we're going to have brain power from our citizens, and we're going to have brain power from the home builders and the chamber and the North Shore Business Council, okay? How do we take care of our citizens with this problem? Mr. Fitzgerald made the comment, raised construction sometimes. You know, that hasn't been a preference in the past. It might have to become more of a reality, while it might not be a preference. Might not be required all the time, certainly not. But some of the times that's what we're going to work on. So whatever we decide tonight on this amendment, whatever on a moratorium, we are going to go to work. The citizens that'll be getting callbacks from me or first phone calls from me, please accept if you're hearing my voice and let us help get this thing going so we can sit down together and work on solutions. And then we just got to keep drudging along with our infrastructure needs, because those are going to take everyday hard work. Remember one thing, and I'm going to end with this. Our builders are our neighbors. All of us in this room, we are neighbors to one another in this parish. They are not the bad guys versus the good guys, and the citizens who are concerned about flooding and traffic are not the bad guys, and everybody else who wants to build is the good guys. Absolutely not. I don't take that approach, okay? I think we can work on things, absolutely, and we can get some things accomplished. But we're going to have to look at what reality is as opposed to what would make us the most money or what would limit the most traffic but not be economical to be able to develop a piece of property. I don't want all $450,000 homes in this parish. I think with inflation, some of the prices are going to start dropping when interest rates go up. But like Mr. T.J. Smith said, I can tell you right now, a $350,000 home, I don't consider that affordable housing. Teachers, home builders, teachers, and hospital workers, the three largest occupations in our parish. We don't have the Mississippi River. We don't have all of this industrialization. Thank goodness. Teachers are going to afford a $350,000 house if their husband's a doctor or if their wife's a doctor. You know, do our builders want to build all $350,000 houses? No, but we got to make land affordable too. So how do we do that and accommodate? Building is going to accommodate our citizens having a place to live. So I'm going to stop there, but let's try to move forward, Mr. Drum.
Yes, sir. I don't really have any astounding things to say, but everybody else has talked and I haven't, so I figured I'd get my 10 cents in there. I think we had a motion and a second on Mr. Davis's changes, and I'd like to call a vote.
Sure. Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Davis that hopefully our citizens, the public, have copies that we received, because well, you may have received a clean copy. I'm looking at the one, or you might have they have the strike-through copies as well. Okay, but at least we all know. And from a density standpoint, his basis is to increase A1 and A2 to also allow A3, okay? And we have a second by Mr. Lorino. Now, we have Mr. Airy has made a request to Mr. Davis, would you consider adding A4s? So without doing a whole lot of different amendments, Mr. Davis, I'm not trying to put you on the spot, but
No, you know,
sure.
I have no intention on making it.
You're not going to go to A4? No. Okay. So Mr. Davis's is the first motion for an amendment, and Mr. Lorino has seconded. Mr. Dean, what did you you wanted to do the 3-month? As a second to Mr. Canulette? Okay. I'm sorry? You mean outside people? Oh, yeah.
Not outside, but.
Oh, yeah, look, I've got all of these, okay? And I'm about to go to that in a second. So now we have, we're going to deal with this amendment first, and then we'll deal with from 6 months to 3 months as an add-on to your amendment, unless, no, we're going to do it that way. So for the public to understand, with this, if an amendment passes, okay, there has to be, because these are substantive amendments, there has to be by law, and I'm saying if any of these amendments pass, by law, they have to lay over to next month's council meeting, okay? That's it. It's just required. However, once we know whether any amendments have passed or not, okay? Excuse me. Once we decide on the motions and we now have those decided, not on the vote, okay? Now we're going to hear from the public, okay, on, you have the option of speaking on the amendments, okay, because that's what's before you right now, but you also have the right to speak on the moratorium, because the amendments are part of still an existing moratorium. We do it that way. We don't wind up speaking on an amendment and then coming back later and speaking on the subject of a moratorium. So you can express your views on adding the A3, yes, the 3 months instead of 6 months, and your views on the moratorium itself, whether you're in favor or opposed to the basis of the moratorium. Does that make sense to everybody? Hopefully that's pretty clear. Okay, thank you. So, I'm first going to go to the people who have turned in cards, and the council understands that we will be voting on the motions after we hear from the people, exactly as we do with every other ordinance, okay? I'm first going to hear from the people who have turned in that they are for the moratorium, okay? And then I got the group that is opposed to the moratorium, okay? Mr. John Martin, are you here? Okay, John. Yes, sir. You put you were against it only because I know you somewhat from the years. I really did not want to include you in the against without asking you first.
It's a new pair of glasses.
Okay.
Really far.
All right. John, you're up first.
Okay.
John Martin, Goodby Civic Association. The moratorium, I think, is badly needed in our area, and that's the hard part about the moratorium, because I'm not sure how it fits into other people's area. But we definitely need that. We've got people that want to be building large subdivisions north of 190 on 1077 of 200-300 houses past the urbanization line, which of course they shouldn't be doing that there to begin with, but they want to do it. We need certainly a developer to come into there that will put houses on piers. It doesn't have to be post, but putting houses up, because we're in a flood area, a desperate flood area. So we need a lot of changes and we need a lot of people, but I think we need to stop right now because 1077, which is our big artery going there, of course, y'all know is a failed road. And it is difficult for emergency vehicles to get to where they need to get doing any sort of rush hour. 1077 is 2 lanes and 2 lanes and 2 ditches. You don't really have any side part that you can get out of the way for an emergency vehicle to get through. So it gets pretty hairy with that. The other thing I think we need in our area, and it takes time to build, and I think we need time to look at some of the studies that's going on, because I think we need a school in that area. And that's a problem, because it takes, somebody said tonight it takes 10 years to get a school. Well, we needed a school 5 years ago. So now, hopefully, we can get one in 5 years, because there's a lot of people that have come into that area, and they flat need these people having to cart their kids all over the parish to get to school for them, and that adds to the traffic, which adds to the problems, which adds to everything. So, I think the moratorium, certainly for our area, is definitely needed. At this time, and I appreciate it, and thank you all very much.
Thank you, John. Let me also say to both sides, no, you did great, John, thank you. To both sides, everybody will get up to 3 minutes, okay? If you hear repetitive kind of things, just so we can move it along, maybe refrain from repeating something a 3rd time or 4th time, okay? Also, if you need, as John, 2 minutes and 10 seconds, try to use that, not 3 minutes, okay? So whatever you need up to 3 minutes, but let's be conscious of the time too, okay? Thank you. So now we have Don Henderson. Don?
Don Henderson, 223 B-Bomb Circle, Goodby. Thank you, Chairman Bender.
Thank you,
President
Don.
Cooper.
Good to see you.
The situation you find yourself in right now is not something that happened last week, the week before, or the week before that. This started back in 2000 through the Davis administration, through the Brister administration, and now it's in the lap of President Cooper. It's been going on, you've heard it every year, every month. There's been somebody up here complaining about drainage, somebody complaining about traffic, and it's reached a crescendo as we are right now. What people want is they want action. There's been no action. The only action we had from Councilman Lorino when he addressed the PUD situation. We're still talking about that to some extent, but we need some action somewhere. And I think that's what the purpose of this moratorium is to bring it to your attention that the public is fed up. I can give you I mentioned last month, I can give you a very simple solution. You can come up with an action right now by passing an ordinance that requires anyone who requests a zoning change, A4 or greater, in a critical drainage situation, must have a drainage study at the zoning level. That's where your density is established, at the zoning level, not at the planning level. If you approve A4 at the zoning level, you go to planning and it fails, they still got the A4, they got the density. The problem exists. You created the problem. That's something they can accomplish in the first 3 months, very easily. Do you have the will to do it? I'm not sure you do. I'm just not sure. I hear word salad. Everyone recognizes the problem. There's no one's going to stand up and say, this is what we got to do and it can be done now. The stuff that can be done is going to take a long period of time to accomplish it with rewrite of the code, but there's some small steps that can be taken to build up public trust, which you don't have right now. I'm sorry.
No, Don, I appreciate your comments. I'm going to comment back to you.
Yeah.
Were you in the meeting last month?
Yes.
I created a committee called Simple Solutions. Maybe you didn't hear it. Did you just hear what I said a little while ago? I named certain things.
Yeah.
So I appreciate your comments and adding to it. I think this council has the will, and I think we'll move forward. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Let's see. Ms. Terry Lewis Stevens. That was low on his part. Damn low.
Where is the can? Where is the can? Y'all are kicking it again. This came up in January. Where are we? We're in April. What have you done? Nothing. Nothing. You know what you could be doing? Every single month, you could ask the administration for 5 parts of the code for you to review, to improve, to discuss, to change for the better. But you've done nothing. And tonight, you're going to do nothing. But you did approve, what, 3, 4, 5 projects already that are going to be upzoning, and you knew it. So you are the problem. You are not the solution. There's a reason why 5 days ago, I was able to put just a random petition asking if people were against high-density development in St. Tammany Parish. And 2,100 people immediately said yes. And they put comments, they put their names. They're not even worried about the retaliation that I know about personally from you. From you and the previous administration. They put their names. Some of them even put, 50 or 60 of them put comments. And you know what they said? Traffic, drainage, flooding. They're tired of it. They've had enough. They've had enough of your nonsense of doing nothing but approving over and over and over. The UDC is the problem. The Unified Development Code has failed us. And you're continuing to use it and abuse it and water it down every single month by approving projects that should never be approved. Reichert has a moratorium on a huge swath of land in my district. Last month or the month before, he blew right past it and let somebody upzone in a neighborhood that was under his moratorium. You can't impose something, over in Lockmere. You can't impose a moratorium and then disregard it when it's convenient for you or when it's convenient for your friends. We have to start today, to Maureen's point. People are disgusted. You must start today. Quit kicking the dang can down the road, and I'm so proud of myself that I didn't swear just then. I'm tired of this nonsense. I can't believe you're not tired of this nonsense. We also need an ordinance right away, like Kenner's got, like Jefferson Parish has got, where anybody that gives money to a councilman has to reveal that when they put their application in for you to make a change. That's the only fair way for the rest of us to know that you haven't taken money that would alter. No, it's true. They have that they have that ordinance in place in Jefferson Parish just so everything is above board. I look all of you up. Some of you haven't taken money, but a bunch of you have, and that's a problem. Stop kicking the can. Do something tonight and do what President Cooper has asked to do. 6 months is nothing in the world of development. Thank you.
Let us know, Ms. Stevens, when you would like to make a campaign contribution to President Cooper or any of us, because we'd love to be able to run with just money from you.
That's fine. That is fine.
Oh, no, I never asked you.
No.
No,
I would
thank
be
you.
happy to write it down
I don't
when
want a
I
check
come
from
and
you,
speak
ma'am.
to you. I did give money to President Cooper. Yes,
I don't want a
I
check from
did.
you. Thank you.
No. It's only fair that everyone know.
Please be seated. Referencing money has no place in this discussion. It's low, it is low, and it is beneath all of us here. It's ridiculous. No, it's not the truth. Every one of us follows the Ethics Administration.
You know, Terry, that if we do something wrong before that ethics comes down on some fines. Let's go on, move on.
Ms. Caldwell.
Good evening, council. Thank you. My name's Luella Caldwell, 280 Highland Drive. I am here to voice my support for the temporary moratorium as a homeowner and citizen of Tammany Parish, but also on behalf of Duval Homeowners Association as the HOA president. President Cooper and Councilman Toledano should remember me from my email on March 24th, 2021. With the picture of me carrying my then 5-year-old son through floodwaters to his school bus. I pled for serious issues to be addressed, and I greatly appreciate the quick response with action that followed, but encourage continuing action tonight. We highly encourage you, our elected parish council, to hear your citizens' plea to approve the temporary moratorium tonight on high-density new construction. Mr. Cooper has already noted and admitted that development in our area is outpacing our infrastructure. We appreciate this acknowledgement in a recent message from President Cooper and urge you to see this through, as failure to do so will result in continuing increases of flooding, drainage failures, and traffic ailments, further hurting your current residents. In Duval subdivision, we know all too well the perils of every rainstorm and the threats they cause to our homes and our families. Let's allow ourselves time for research, planning, corrections, and enhancements to these pain points by approving this temporary moratorium before further harm is done. Then let's be proactive with implemented stronger development ordinances rather than reactive, so we don't find ourselves back here with the same issues. I would also like to ask for President Cooper's original moratorium with Lorena's amendment to place a moratorium on PUD approvals. And I sincerely appreciate your presentation tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Joycelyn Lowe.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Last week, my friend and I, Terry, were talking about the moratorium. We both felt the people should have the opportunity to vote, and since we were not given the opportunity, that's how, talking on the phone, she says, I'll look at it. Usually I show up at these meetings to express my own views. However, tonight I am representing the 22,126, as of a few minutes ago, people who signed the moratorium petition. Some are here and may choose to speak. Respect the message that they signed to relate to you and pass this moratorium. The signees were from every zip code in this parish. Comments were all similar: drainage, flooding, you know the drill. This problem today isn't about the manufactured battles between us and the home builders and the tradespeople. This overdevelopment we now suffer from is the result of your decisions. You have the responsibility to protect the health, safety, and welfare of this parish by imposing more protective development codes. Our infrastructure failures are hurting businesses. Nowadays, if you're planning to go to the grocery and you have to figure what time you'll have to sit in traffic to compensate out of your day. So I got to go to the grocery. I got to give myself 20 more minutes to get there and extra minutes to get home. If you spend half of your free time trying to get to a shopping center, you have less time available to shop and spend money. Ridiculous to have to check Google to determine your route. Opting to order from Amazon rather than supporting local businesses. You and your predecessors have allowed us to eat to reach this critical point by agreeing with the manipulation of data, not net density yield plans, by land use attorneys and developers who find ways to squeeze more lots into their developments. The zoning is approved on conceptual drawings, then they come back after the council rubber stamps and change the plan at the zoning commission, which really is too late. The project has been approved. And we know from experience the traffic studies and sewage treatment plans and discharges will not work. However, they will say the code allows this. Brown water has been an issue all over this parish for so many years, and yet you continue to allow the building and overloading the system. You've allowed the manipulation of the law so that you believe that raw sewage flow is acceptable, brown water is good to drink. The traffic problem is our imagination because reports say otherwise, and flooding drainage problems are an anomaly. I got your message. I know it went off. President Cooper's administration is working on cleaning up the development codes. Yes, we need this pause for however long it takes so we can move forward. And as I suggested last month, not 6 months, we need 2 years and 6 months.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. David Jones.
I do have some handouts here. If I get somebody who can hand these out. And can my time start after the handouts get handed out?
Sure, yes, sir.
Mike, I had one for you too, I believe. Okay.
Yes, sir. Mr. Jones, go ahead.
Distinguished council members, Chairman Bender, President Cooper. My name is David Jones. I'm on the CCST board, whose members support the 6-month moratorium on high-density development for the health, safety, and welfare of the St. Tammany citizens. I've been a resident of Slidell for the past 22 years. Prior to that, 10 years in Lake Charles. Prior to that, 10 years in New Orleans East. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on the handouts. I'm gonna jump around a little bit for the sake of brevity. What I did include was a handout on pie charts. Jared, you and Mr. Loreno were at the meeting on the Chamber of Commerce that we had. And they do highlight, I included every one of the pie charts, but I did highlight a couple of ones about overgrowing the infrastructure, 93%. Mm-hmm. The next page, overgrown present drainage system, 82%. So I don't want to belabor that, but I do also want to jump real quickly to Leslie Long. There was a discussion last time by the HBA of how are we spending the impact money, and there was a handout on that. So I included that in that, and as it turns out, it was $29 million and not $60 million that was reported during the last meeting. So I also included, the next is I think Ms. Calzamon had it in her hand, this particular document on new directions and all the studies. And I wanted to highlight the Uniform Development Code has been in place since 2017. One of you council members mentioned that. It's still not in place yet. Wetlands. We don't have a wetlands plan. We don't have a comprehensive transportation plan. We don't have a comprehensive drainage plan. So we have nothing. The HBA reported that the median price of a home is $533,000. Okay? Go on any realtor website, it's about $250,000. And finally, I want to get to these last two slides real quickly because I only got 20 seconds. This is the infamous Bonatera development. Please take a look at this really quick because I'm running out of time. This is a before picture, aerial photograph. This is an after picture. And you can see how this land was completely decimated. Look at these pictures. You have one inlet, one outlet, 280 homes that are planned, jammed between I-10 and Military Road. Now, can you imagine 280 residents trying to get in and out of that subdivision with their children and school buses? And Mr. Dunn mentioned there's no way you're going to get emergency vehicles in there.
Okay. Mr. Jones, I need you to
Yes.
finish up.
So
We appreciate it.
yes, Mr. Bender, but in conclusion, I would like, my recommendation would be to approve the moratorium as is written today without the amendment. Get the teams together that Mr. Fitzgerald, everybody mentioned, for that 6-month period, and there'd be a sense of urgency.
Okay, and thank you, sir.
To get it done.
Our first sense of urgency is the committee we discussed last month and that we're discussing tonight again.
Correct.
We can also do the other things that Mr. Fitzgerald and everybody is saying.
Yes.
I agree.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Dr. Andrew Benson.
Hi, I'm Andy Benson, number 6 Log Cabin Lane, Pearl River, Louisiana. I was happy to be here. I'm not so happy right now. It's been a long time. God, you guys are tough. Anyway, I was supposed to speak about Bonterra, but Mr. Jones hit the high points very, very well. But, you know, I've read more and more Section 130, Chapter 2, Article 5 of our Code of Development, and so many of those things are barely adhered to. They are adhered to, but there's a lot of discretion along the way, and it doesn't go back to Planning Commission to approve those things. Some of those are big issues, and I'm going to hit them real quick. And I had some tough stuff to say earlier, and I was going to say it. I cannot say it.
Dr. Benson, let me stop the thing, please. Do you want to discuss the moratorium?
It is, because, this is the poster boy for most of our support along that strip for the moratorium. It's what happened to us. So that's why we're here. Now, we're for the moratorium anyway, don't get me wrong, but that's a poster boy issue. You know, green space, they didn't meet it. No matter how they bend it, they can't meet the green space requirements. I know we'll hear that they can, but they can't. The roads.
Wait, Dr.
I'm
Benson.
just saying, these are the reasons.
Dr. Benson, just bear with me a second here, okay? So, you still referring to Bonterra?
Yes, but in the context.
But wait, Dr. Benson,
Okay, well,
I have to tell you this because it's important, okay? Unfortunately, there was no appeal to the council.
No one knew. I mean, the notification's insufficient. Most of you know that.
Would you the notifications are provided by the Planning and Development Department.
But I'm watching my time run down. I was going to get back to.
Please give them extra time. Dr. Benson.
Yeah.
Stay on the subject of the moratorium. If you go back on Bonterra, I'm going to ask you to step aside.
Okay. Well, I'm not a terrorist, so I'll get back to it. Who knows the fable about the goose that laid the golden egg? Well, St. Tammany is our goose, and we're overstuffing it with food, and it doesn't want it. And regarding the moratorium, I like the moratorium. I like it as originally written. But, you know, I understand A2. I see lots of beautiful subdivisions that are A2. And I see a lot of beautiful subdivisions that are A3. And I think that's a laudable compromise to move this thing forward. I support it, and I support your efforts to design clearly defined developmental ordinances that will make our parish cleaner, greener, safer, and less prone to drainage, sewage, and flooding problems. You know, we often think, just give me the facts, folks. Well, we always have some who will feed us a soup of facts and pseudo-facts and massage facts. Our leaders do hear, but sometimes y'all don't listen. And at least we don't think so. An aspect that goes undiscussed or unaddressed is the widespread fear, disgust, and apathy. They become endemic social facts. Fear becomes a fact when it's prevalent. And enough people have it, and it's really hard to change it. It's like changing ideology. So, there's mistrust in government, and this sentiment just spills over and over and over. You've probably shared it with many friends before you became public servants and sacrificed all this time. But you don't go to a restaurant that serves you poorly and treats you even worse. People don't vote for taxes when they don't trust what the government kitchen cooks up, and you want taxes. But we want service, and the people are not going to vote for that. We all want pretty good government, and we realize that good government requires revenue, but folks don't vote for revenue when they perceive unresponsive, indifferent government. It must start with a perception of truthful government based upon wise ordinances. Paper's cheap, write some better ordinances. You can do it fast. This issue's been around for years and years and years. You just kick in the can, and we don't like it, and you don't like it either, because I think you guys are probably tired of talking about this.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you
Benson.
so much. I appreciate you.
We appreciate you, sir. Laura, is it Luque? Yes, ma'am.
I'll be speaking on the tragedy that Slidell has become. Realtor.com has 735 listings of homes for sale in Slidell, many priced at below $240,000. This, sadly, is volume 1 of Slidell. It contains 221 abandoned properties in the same zip code. Many have been empty since 1989 when I moved there. It's a sad state of affairs. This house has gone to tax sale for 15 years. 15 years.
Ms.
How long
Luque.
does a property go to tax sale before it goes to the auction block?
Ms. Luque, can you hold 1 second? Shut her down, please, for a minute. I really hate to do this because I got to tell you, I let people speak over their time to be polite. But the topic is a moratorium.
The topic is why the moratorium is needed.
But wait.
Because of blight.
Wait. Okay.
Overdevelopment.
Ma'am.
That blight causes.
Okay, and listen, I'm not trying to mince words with you, but there's a lot of homes that are in the city of Slidell. There's a lot of homes in the city of Mandeville and Covington.
80% of these homes are in parish property.
And that's fine, but the subject is a moratorium.
Why the moratorium is needed.
Okay.
There are 506 empty commercial properties in Slidell. This particular property took longer for them to build than what the business was actually open. So the moral of the story is, if you think you can continue to do this, you will need to continue to do this and this. And it's a very simple 3rd grade science project that maybe all of you need to try. Because the fact of the matter is, my neighbors are putting their property on their front lawns. 3 times last year that they did it. 3 times. When you have drainage that looks like this, and this that's completely inadequate, something needs to change. District DA Montgomery needs more tax money because your tax base is leaving. 506 commercial properties. Slidell is a tiny little town. You can look at the property across the street from here, the new shopping strip. It's not filled to capacity either. You killed North Shore Square. the Slidell Factory outlet is a disaster. You played Russian roulette, moving established businesses to a new place that has proven it can't keep occupancy either. You need to do something different. This is not working.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Nanette Struck.
I think she's left.
Ms. Struck is left.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Deborah Hebert or Herbert? Hebert, I'm sorry. I don't know, it must be getting late. I don't know how I missed that.
Hi, Leslie. Hi, Deborah Hebert. HBA recently wrote in a letter to the editor, mandatory impact fees are already collected from builders and developers to help offset the effects of rapid growth, specifically for road and drainage projects. Here are the facts. According to Leslie Long, St. Tammany Parish CFO, she's great, the parish has collected $29 million or $1.8 million per year average in single-family detached home impact fees since 2005. That's 16 years. Roughly half goes to transportation, $15 million or $937,000 per year, and half to drainage, $14 million or $875,000 per year. And that went towards 23 roadway and drainage projects. This doesn't begin to cover the cost of new roads such as the $13 million Oshner Extension Road. It is a drop in the bucket to the amount of money needed to build roads in St. Tammany Parish. Since 2005, 20,507 residential permits have been issued, or less than 1,300 permits per year. From 2005 to 2012, residential impact fees collected per lot were $3,077. From 2013 to present, these fees were decreased to $2,191. The discussion to change impact fees is long overdue. The parish has around $10 million of in-kind donations. This is where developers will concede land or roads to the parish in that district. The other money can go to any district whatsoever. The parish, there's also almost $5 million in cash in voluntary impact fees agreements. This is all prior to the 2005. This money is spent in the district which it came, which is good. These are real numbers. Ask Ms. Long herself. At last month's council meeting, the executive officer of the Home Builders Association said the parish had collected $69 million in impact fees since 2005. I questioned that number. I had to question it and found out the real numbers were a far cry from $69 million. Also, during my research, I found over 11,000 parcels of lots ready to build in St. Tammany Parish. A3, 3,400 lots or 16,000 acres. A4, 6,800 lots or 9,000 acres. 3, A4A, 1,500 lots or 400 acres. And hopefully Ross Liner could back that up if he was here. My hope for St. Tammany Parish is to become more proactive and less reactive. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Margaret Burns? She had to leave? Okay. Matthew Allen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and council members. My name is Matthew Allen. I'm here representing North Shore River Watch. And I want to start off, how'd y'all like the school children earlier this evening? They do a good presentation there?
Yeah.
Well, that is pretty much exactly spot on to what I wanted to talk about. And this is another reason that has not been talked about in this parish for over a decade, a reason for this moratorium. And it is our big, smelly, dirty secret. almost all of our rivers and streams are impaired because of sewage. From individual sewage plants, from package plants. Every subdivision has its own packet plants. Every stream south of 190 has a sewer system going into it. And actually, back over a decade ago, the DEQ was required to do what's called total daily maximum loads for oxygen-demanding substances, which come from these sewage treatment plants, because our waterways are so impaired. And what they came up with is that we need to get centralized treatment. And 10 years ago, 12 years ago, they came out with an implementation plan that St. Tammany cannot add or increase sewage discharges until and unless they reduce existing discharges. This is something y'all have kicked the can down for 10 years. I've talked about it before with y'all. Are y'all ready for the EPA to come in here and say, no, you can't add more sewage because you have taken more than 10 years to address this quality of life issue for every parish resident? How many of y'all, thank you, gentlemen, I really appreciate it. I mean, could I get a few more seconds here? Thank you. Boy, brings me back to my days of teaching at Mandeville High. Yeah, another big reason, okay, for this moratorium. But it's not only that. North of us, there are streams up toward Folsom are impaired for the pathogens because of sewage. So this is not just a southern parish issue here. It's both the small package plants. They only get tested once every 3 months. They can be discharging badly for 3 months and nobody knows it. And then the DEQ doesn't do much about it. I want to leave you with the idea that we must develop centralized sewer. Ecotourism. That is where our money can come from. That is our sustainable economy here in St. Tammany Parish. It's not these developers that are going to be gone when it's all built out. This is what we're destroying right now. Also, these rivers up here have been listed for the first time in 2020 and 2022, not only for dissolved oxygen and fecal coliform, but also for sediment from construction and land clearing that destroys fish nests and injures the propagation of wildlife and fish. So that is something else we really need to discuss here in the parish. So thank you very much. I appreciate y'all's time.
Thank you. Miss Nancy Wagner, you're next.
Nancy Wagner, on behalf of Coalition for Responsible Zoning. I'm going to throw out part of what I was going to say, given the amendment. We support the moratorium. I do think it's reasonable, Mr. Davis's amendment to the A3, but I think it's a shame to have to wait another month to vote. So that's a real mixed feeling on that. Over the recent weeks, I was asked to meet with some members of the Chamber of Commerce, and they put together a wonderful group of people who, from very different interests, home builders, business council, different council members, President Cooper, CCST, other neighborhood groups, other members of the coalition. And we sat around a big table and we talked. We exchanged information and ideas. We've met twice and we will continue to meet. I'm sure that Council Chairman Bender is listening in the other room. When he proposed his Simple Solutions Committee, we're in favor of that. It's pretty much what we were already doing by getting around the table, as those of you who are there were aware of that. So it might be duplicative, but what I want to urge is that that committee is not used as a time waster, because the moratorium should be put into place because it's a pause. If you have a loved one who has an addiction, sometimes you'll do an intervention. And that's because you care about the person, you want to get together and have the intervention. I think of this moratorium as an intervention. If it hadn't been for this moratorium being proposed by Mr. Davis and President Cooper, we wouldn't be here tonight talking about how we must act now, and we must act now, and we must have these solutions, because as everybody else has said, these problems aren't new. So this has galvanized this community. Look how many people are still here. I mean, a lot of people had to go home because they have little kids, but we're all still here. So let's not waste this opportunity. And let's not say, oh, we'll have to meet later, we'll have to meet later. Let's get together now and already act on some of the things that have already been brought up. Thank you very much.
Carl Ernst.
Good evening, Carl Ernst. Lacombe, I'm on the board of CCST as an advisor. I'm here representing CCST and where I live, Lacombe Harbors Homeowners Association. We are obviously in support of the moratorium. We were in support of it before the modification recommendation was made, and we're still in support of it. I assume, I'm not real clever, but I think you all are going to pass the amendment, just counting the numbers as they went down the table. And we will support that one as well. I like A3 better than A4. A week ago, CCST hosted a collaborative session with organizations from throughout the parish like us. You've heard from many of them tonight. And the purpose of that was to look at the moratorium so we could come here tonight prepared to address things in specifics, not just generalities. And you've heard from them. I'm not going to repeat those. It's a lot about infrastructure, health, safety, and welfare, obviously the first requirement of government. You all, everybody in this room knows that there's a problem needs to be addressed. We've all talked about it. You've listened to it, and you've talked about it. It's too late for me to continue to talk about it. I would just suggest that going forward, these committees, you got two, the one that Mr. Bennett talked about, the one that Nancy and David are on. You got two of those. Give them a charter. Every month they got to give you some low-hanging fruit. Low-hanging fruit. Every month they come in here and you got something and you could turn into an ordinance. I don't care what it is. Maybe the first month it's PUDs and HNDs. I don't know what that is. You guys are the experts on that. I'm not. But if you don't give them a charter, they won't give you a deliverable. And the charter shouldn't be at the end of 3 months. The charter ought to be at the end of every meeting, or at least at the end of every month, so that they can come in here and you guys and gals can do something with that. All right? So if you want to have a campaign, you got to fight the tactics, and the tactics are going down the road that gives you the results you want at the end of a campaign. And so every one of those meetings is a small tactic. Every one of your meetings is a large tactic, and take advantage of it. All right. We support the moratorium. We would have supported it as it existed. We will support it as Mr. Davis recommended. Again, we prefer A3 than A4. But if it's going to be 3 months, I don't disagree with that. But let's have something that's a deliverable every damn time. Excuse my language. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sandra Bro. You going once? Going twice? I don't think so. Okay. All right. Carol.
Sure.
No, please. These people are making excellent points, some of which are repetitive. My sense of where we are at this dais is that there's going to be a vote on the moratorium as amended, and I tend to believe it might pass, but I don't have no crystal ball. I don't know, in all fairness to the people in the audience, their points are trying to advocate to us to look favorably on this. If we don't have anything else really to add, I'm not sure that we're not taking time of these good people where I'm ready to vote on this. I know where I stand. I don't know if we could make this a little bit easier. You know, but let me finish. But if people would rather speak, I don't want to cut them off. But I'm just saying, I think we know where we are in this, and it's time to fish at cut bait. But
Well, we do have to follow the open meetings law, and we do have cards in from people, so I think I need to yeah. Come on, let's go. All right, Miss Carol Fowler.
Right. You don't have the floor.
I surrender.
Go ahead, Miss Fowler.
Hello. I sent y'all a very belated email this afternoon. I've been away, so I put it together. I brought some in case you didn't get a chance to read it, and I've decided not to read it. I am very for the moratorium. I'm okay with amending it to A3, but I would prefer that it be passed tonight instead of waiting another month. This is already, we're 2 months. This was introduced in January, and now we're going to put it off until April. Oh, May, we're already in April. Thank you. Oh, yes, I'm really behind. I disagree with Mr. Dean. He said we're shutting down an industry. We're not. We're limiting it, and it's not that much of a limitation. So I disagree with you there. Mr. Fitzgerald, you were right on. I'm really happy with your, you provided a solution. I had no idea, but looking at the ordinances, I think is just, it's the best. So I was so happy to hear you speak on that. 3 months, I don't know, that's not long enough. 6 months is not long enough. I just, we're here because you, our elected council, appoint our zoning commission. The zoning commission has approved, apparently, without any objections to all this high-density rezoning, without any thought to the impact on the surrounding neighborhoods. And I guess my biggest beef is the public notices do little to notify the surrounding neighborhoods, especially when there are few or no neighbors, which is often the case in high-density rezoning requests, because the parcels are so large, nobody lives there. Nobody lives next to them, except maybe 1 or 2 on either side. Only neighbors within 300 feet are notified by mail, plus door hangers for neighbors within 100 feet. Really? And the posted signs are barely visible from a vehicle. I mean, they're no bigger than this. And then to have to stop and maybe get out of the vehicle and read it, then you're pretty much an accident waiting to happen. So, oh, perfect. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Bruce Lambert.
My name is Bruce Lambert. I'd like to thank the parish for letting me come and speak, and I apologize for my attire. I was actually in Folsom getting sheep food, and my wife reminded me of this, so I've got a truck to unload to take care of some sheep that are lambing tonight. So I apologize for that, and I also want to excuse myself. I do work for the federal government, and I am not in any way representing the federal government in my remarks. Having said that, this is my own opinions. I do see where this is a symbolic gesture of goodwill to the residents of St. Tammany. We recognize the problem. You hear there's a problem. And passing the moratorium, even this symbolic way, shows that you recognize something has to be done and a promise has to be made to the citizens concerning your goodwill of examining. Now, whether or not these are studies, whether or not these are reports, that's one of the things I was thinking through is I've been doing transportation for, 30 years. I work for the Department of Transportation. I worked at different places. And most people do not understand the cost, the externalities, what they pay for transportation, what they pay for flooding. I used to work for the Corps of Engineers as well. They don't understand the time, the duration, the approval of infrastructure. They don't understand the promise that the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. And the problem that St. Tammany Parish is having is they expect you to solve a problem that you really only control a certain percentage of. You can't control what Tangipahoa does. I live in Folsom, and I live literally right on the Tangipahoa line. And a lot of the flooding I get is not from my neighbors in St. Tammany, it's from those reprobates that live across the road in Tangipahoa. You like that? Yeah, okay, anyway. So I recognize that the school board is going to make decisions that y'all cannot control. The state will make decisions y'all will not control. The federal government will make decisions you will not be able to control. I get that. Most people don't. And so I think one of the things that I can make some recommendations. I do recognize that studies do not mean action. Pass the moratorium, but add, I hate to say it, make a recommendation, but make a recommendation back to the amendment that says not only is it studies or reporting on studies, but it's reporting on tangible things that could be executed. And I am an economist, so I have to throw this in, that we're really living in the tragedy of the commons, where everybody is using common public spaces without recognizing their own cost, whether that be the builder, whether that be the community. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Okay, now we go to the, against the moratorium. Mr. Dan Miranda. Excuse me? It says Miranda. He had to leave? Okay. Ms. Mary Kelly? Okay.
It went dead.
Councilman, President Cooper, thank you all for allowing me to speak. Our parish is no longer made up of a handful of small towns, but many refuse to believe this and are having a hard time with the issues that come with growth. Many of you have children. Well, you're adding to growth. They're going to have children, and they're going to have children. They're going to have children. It's growing. It's inevitable. We have to go with the times. Y'all are faced with the task of trying to foresee the future. And initially, you know, it angers us, but then when you sit and think about it, that's difficult for you guys to do. A wise man in our community likes to say, if you're not growing, you're dying. He also likes to say, we should never have an attitude of us for and no more. This is selfish thinking, and it doesn't reflect the Southern hospitality attitude that our parents taught us. Most of us grew up learning that there's always room for more. But I do understand that there's issues that come with growth. Y'all can't foresee the future, but we do need some forward thinking on this council. Our parish president is proposing a large crane, crawler crane, to address a problem that requires a number of small tools. We are not the only areas experiencing these issues, so wouldn't it be wise to learn from other parishes' mistakes? And the subject of school traffic came up, and it was brought up. Have y'all ever seen a full school bus in this parish? No. People need to put their kids on the bus and stay home and stay out of the morning traffic. When is this council going to become proactive instead of reactionary? I don't blame you, but it needs to be considered, and you're going to have to try to look at the future because That's the only way we're going to catch up. Stop the nonsensical studies that become outdated as soon as it's submitted. Spend the money, build roads, grab a shovel, and clean out some of the creeks and tributaries. Do something. I think your fight is more with the Corps of Engineers. But maybe it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission. Clean out that. That's going to handle your drainage problems. I have to wonder what motive is for this proposed moratorium, because drainage issues can be dealt with at a district level, and the traffic is taken care of with the expansion project. Yes, there's traffic. There is construction. Be patient. Good Lord. A little less complaining and a little bit more patience. But what's the agenda here? Why would you willingly turn down tax revenue? This moratorium is not going to decrease traffic, and it's not going to solve the drainage problems. You are proposing a chainsaw where a scalpel is needed. This is a mistake, and it's going to be a blemish on your legacy. Thank you.
Thank you. Bruce Wayner.
I'd like to yield my time to Paul Morone.
Mr. Morone, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, or council, excuse me. Just a few comments. You've had a long night, but we've heard a couple of times tonight, even the last speaker, and I believe it was Mr. Smith, that used the analogy of a scalpel as opposed to a sledgehammer. And I think that's a very good analogy, and I urge you to consider that. A lot of you talked tonight about moratoriums in your district, knowledge of your district, knowing where there are problems and what needs to be done. And I believe that it is that approach that is the better approach to addressing problems that we all are aware of. There's nobody here that wants to sit in traffic. There's nobody here that wants to be flooded or have their neighbor flooded. Those are the two things that everybody in this room agrees with. The question is, how do you fix it? Well, one, you have to identify that it's a problem, and I think we've done that. The next is, what steps do you take to fix it? And I do not believe that the blanket moratorium, the sledgehammer, if you will, is the right way to do that. Mr. Dean is right. There has been a terrible lack of communication. And I think he's right. I think to find the right path forward, as Mr. Bender said, we need to have all of the stakeholders at the table discussing what is the right approach. We haven't had that. We should have had these discussions before we started this moratorium process. But we find ourselves where we are today. The moratorium's out there. Let's deal with it. Let's make solutions that matter, okay? Let's find a fix for the problems that exist. Let's not also forget, as Mr. Fitzgerald said, we do need to look at the ordinances. The Unified Development Code rewrite started many years ago under the Brister administration. Even by this administration's own timeline, that should have already been before this council to consider, but it's nowhere close to being at this council at this point in time. That's not the council's fault, right? I mean, you've been beat up a little bit tonight, but it's not your fault that those ordinances haven't gotten to you. But it is important that those ordinances get to you and that you have an opportunity to review them. But shutting down the entire parish, and let's just be honest. I mean, we've heard tonight, well, you're just limiting. We're not shutting it down. I'm telling you that you are shutting it down. And what has COVID taught us? COVID has taught us a lot. When you shut something down, you turn that light switch off, it doesn't come right back on. Think of how many things got shut down during COVID. Those restrictions are lifted. Are they back? They're not. So I urge you to consider those items when you make your decision on the amendment and ultimately next month when you vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morone. Amy Ibazabal. Amy, am I pronouncing your last name right? I thought so.
Good evening, everyone. Before I begin with what I've prepared tonight, I wanted to make a few corrections and explain a few things. One is that at our presentation last month, one of our speakers said that the average price of the homes on the market were $500,000. She later went on to say that the average sales price, because that was the asking price, the sales price as it is, and someone here said it, is about $350,000. Not the 280, but the 350 to 330 to 350, and that's what she used in the rest of the presentation when she said you would have to be making $91,000 in order to get approved for a loan at for a home at $330,000. So I wanted to correct that. I also want to correct about the $69 million in impact fees, and specifically Deborah, who shared her facts and said she got it from her research. Well, she got it from me because I emailed it to her, because I think that's how people work together. And Gina sent me her study, and then Leslie was kind enough to sit with me and say, here's what happened. You sent all of the building permit information to St. Tammany Corporation, and they multiplied every single permit by this number and came up with this number. So you said 69 million, really believing 69 million was the number. And then President Cooper explained that that wasn't how it was done, because every building permit didn't come from that. So there's no lack of respect or communication with you guys, or even with Deborah, because when she said, can you send me the information? I said, absolutely. And I emailed her everything that I had. So didn't really appreciate the insinuation that I misled anyone. So what I need to tell you now is that the North Shore Home Builders Association has been a responsible community partner for over 50 years. We're an economic driver in St. Tammany, and our fight is not against any citizens or organizations. There is no enemy. Our fight is for the protection of our industry. And tonight our intent is to provide you with the facts on why you should oppose the parish-wide moratorium. As you listen to our members, keep this in mind. You are our elected leaders, and we understand you need to represent your constituents. We appreciate that honor and responsibility is great. But if you feel that the ordinance is anything but appropriate and effective, you should vote no. If you know that nothing will be accomplished in 6 months, you should vote no. If you know this room is filled with smart citizens capable of working together to solve problems, you should vote no. If you know our economy will suffer, you should vote no. If your district does not need a moratorium, you should vote no. If your district already has a moratorium, you should vote no.
Amy, excuse me 1 second. How much longer do you need about?
1 sentence.
Okay.
Your vote should be determined by the facts, regardless of any political gain or loss. What is wrong does not become right just because it is popular. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Mr. Todd Dean.
Mr. Bender, first of all, my name is Todd Dean.
Yes.
Mr. Bender, Council, Parish President, I thank you guys for the opportunity to come here.
Sure.
I'm in the plumbing contracting business, also own a small real estate brokerage company, and I'm a certified real estate instructor. I don't think that there is any right or there is any wrong with all of the public that's here tonight. You guys are here because you care. It doesn't matter what side you're on. Everything is important. It's important because we're part of the process. This moratorium, it's important to me for a couple of reasons. I don't want it to pass. I oppose it because, number one, over the last 40 years between my family and myself, we built a business. We built a home. We've employed many people. I see the struggles of those people every day when it comes to housing. I see it in its current form, much less with a moratorium in place. All that's going to do is drive up the cost of housing. There's been a lot of numbers tonight that have thrown out. But as of January 2022, the average sales price of a home in this parish is $330,000. So if you take that into consideration, what does that take? You have to earn $91,000 per year if you put 5% down at current interest rates. Now, 5% down, that's a lot of money. That's over $16,000. That doesn't include closing cost. The moratorium is only going to drive up the cost of housing in this parish. As a real estate broker, as a certified real estate instructor, over the years, I've taught many principles on the federal fair housing laws, of the 1968 federal fair housing law, as well as its 1974 and 1988 amendment. It protects classes and discrimination of housing based on race, color, religion, national origin, sex, handicapped, and familial status. One provision is desperate action. And that basically means even if it's indirect, if it's unintentional, it's when you, among other things, it's when you have discrimination when housing is systematically eliminated. And that's taking place with this moratorium. You have that systematically eliminated. I look at our parish, we're the crown jewel of the North Shore. But I'm going to tell you this, people are going to come whether the moratorium is in place or not. If they can't afford to live in St. Tammany, then they're going to go to Washington or they're going to go to Tangipahoa. And the traffic isn't going to stop. This moratorium will not stop it. So we have to decide, are we going to be a drive-to parish or are we going to be a drive-through parish? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Jules Guidry.
First, let me say, pardon my comments from the audience. I just wanted to make sure we got an opportunity to speak, Mr. Talatano. You got me nervous there. I understand. I just we wanted to get our side a shot to speak. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the council, I'm here again tonight to speak to you in opposition of this ordinance. You may recall that I was before you last month discussing the economic impacts of the residential industry in St. Tammany Parish. Of the many economic impacts I shared with you that night, allow me to focus on just two of them tonight. Jobs and direct compensation. In other words, the people and the paychecks. The human side of the economic impact, or better said, the hardworking St. Tammany Parish men and women and their families making their living in the residential construction industry and who are also your constituents. On behalf of the local residential construction families, I submit to you tonight 500 of their signed letters along with mine in opposition to this ordinance. I'm also proud to say that the plumbers, the electricians, the carpenters, the material suppliers, and many others in the local residential construction industry took it upon themselves to begin the conversations within their crews, their small offices, and just amongst each other on the job site about the many negative impacts of this ordinance, and sent to you this evening just a sampling of letters from our industry. I also must say that in all of my 26 years in the construction industry, I have never witnessed an issue so galvanizing as this ordinance. I have never seen so many people call our office, Home Builders Association, Amy, Kyle, our president, and discuss their fear of this ordinance, lack of lots, etc. Our members and their families realize that by restricting applications for rezoning of properties to a density greater than one new home per acre will certainly be a threat to their livelihoods. Look no further than our neighboring Ascension Parish for evidence and proof. They're having a meeting tonight, and I think they've been in this process about a year. And read one of the Advocate articles that was out earlier this week with the statistics from the Baton Rouge group of home builders about the raise in the price of houses that is focused on Ascension Parish. We need a plan, not a moratorium. We've said that to you 500 times tonight. With that said, I respectfully ask you consider voting against the ordinance before you tonight. Thanks for your time and your consideration. I think, Mr. Bender, you have this binder.
I actually passed it around
Okay.
for my colleagues to see it.
Thank you. This was just a copy that I had up here if you want me to
Okay,
submit
do
it,
we
I can.
have the binder that,
Yeah.
huh? But Marty's got it.
Okay, I can leave you this one too, so you each got a copy.
Thank you.
We didn't want to bring
appreciate it.
14 copies of it.
How many?
We didn't want to bring a dolly load of 14 sets of it.
That's too many trees cut down. Thank
And look,
you.
we got those the old-fashioned way. I want to tell you, just hand to hand.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. David Melton?
Thank you. President Cooper, councilmen and women, and fellow citizens. Tonight's vote on President Cooper's so-called 6-month moratorium is not about the next 6 months. Last month, he stood here at this same podium and told us that it was not his intention to have it sunset in 6 months. President Cooper intends and expects his proposed parish-wide restrictions to be extended. Only after being challenged by the council, he asked for an amendment to include a sunset of 24 months. What will not sunset in 6, 12, 24, or even 36 months are the property tax increases that will impact every St. Tammany Parish resident at least through 2028. Many people are sidelined thinking this won't affect us. Rest assured, when property values go up, even those not buying or building will pay higher property taxes. St. Tammany's next assessment year is 2024. By law, 2024 assessment values will be based on sales data dated July 2022 through June of 2023. This period begins in just less than 90 days. The proposed moratorium will limit the number of homes on the market, thus driving the already inflated home values even higher. As we have seen with fuel prices recently, it is impossible to restrict product and expect pricing to remain flat. This moratorium will result in higher assessment values, which will equal higher property taxes on both single and multifamily homes. No one will be exempt. Homeowners will pay higher property taxes, landlords will pay higher property taxes and be forced to pass them on, renters will pay higher rent. President Cooper's proposed moratorium will result in a tax increase on all residents. As we have seen at the polls and heard multiple times tonight, St. Tammany Parish residents do not approve of tax increases when given the opportunity to vote. There will be only 14 votes cast tonight. As I did at the last council meeting, I again urge you to realize that one shoe does not fit all and that President Cooper's moratorium is not the answer. We know we have traffic and drainage issues in certain areas. We already have processes, procedures, and laws in place to prevent the approval of new developments that might compound these issues. Developers, builders, and homeowners have already paid and continue to pay for improvements that in many cases haven't yet been addressed. It's not time for a parish-wide moratorium. It's not time for tax increases, and it's certainly not time for politics. It's time that we hold government departments accountable for identifying the impact that existing and already approved developments have on our infrastructure issues and for changing ordinances in those areas only. In this landscape, there's no need for a sunset. There will be ample time to allow for the studies to be completed and the ordinances to be tweaked accordingly. We do not have to approve President Cooper's moratorium, nor should we hand it to him to accomplish what St. Tammany Parish government is already structured to accomplish. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Kyle Cooper.
Thank you for letting me speak. I'm going to keep it quick just because I know everybody's gone over already. So thank you. Thank you, President Cooper, Chairman Bender. I think the basis is, look, y'all all know where we stand on the moratorium. You know, we're not going to sugarcoat it. We don't agree with it. Having said that, Mr. Davis, we appreciate the amendment on it. We do also agree with Mr. Aries on A4, as far as, especially when it goes to multifamily as opposed to single-family residences. I'm born and raised in St. Tammany. I have 3 little kids. I'm hoping they'll stay in St. Tammany as well. Moving forward, we look forward to sitting on the committee and working with you guys as we've done. We were on part of the committee that started in 2017 with the code rewrite, and Mr. Fitzgerald, you know, the biggest thing is we need action. You know, we can do all the studies we want as we've done, but if there's nothing that takes place after the study, then what good does it do? So with that, I appreciate you guys' time tonight, and I look forward to moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Connolly Hayward.
Good evening, I'm Connolly Hayward. Thank you for letting me speak. A couple things I want to touch on. One is there is a perception that there are a lot of lots available. Well, in my neighborhood that I drive through every day, there are dozens of lots that have been for sale for years. They're for sale for years because they're not buildable. You cannot put fill on them. They're in critical drainage areas. Anyone who goes there has to build a raised house, which is fine. But their car is sitting down right where it's going to get flooded every time we get a half-inch of rain. So a lot of these lots that are out there, they're not buildable even as they are. So we have a land shortage already. Putting a restriction in is going to make the perception that land is even more scarce, and as you've heard before, supply and demand, it's a perception. When we perceive there's a scarcity, then the price will go up. So on the land issue, that's one front. And on the other front, I build in multiple parishes. So what happens when most of my projects are in a parish, say St. Bernard, and I'm spending a couple months over in St. Bernard, where am I buying my gas? St. Bernard. Where am I buying my lunch? St. Bernard. Where am I getting my oil change? Well, St. Bernard, because I have to go pass by the oil change place. When I'm not building here, a lot of my money is going elsewhere. And it's kind of the economic impact that you really can't put into studies very easily. What about my subcontractors? Am I hiring subcontractors here in St. Tammany if I'm going to be building in Jefferson? No, most people don't want to cross the bridge. So I've got to hire subcontractors from Jefferson. Where are they buying their gas? Where are they buying their lunches? Where are they getting their oil change? So what's going to happen is it's going to force small builders like me to build more outside the parish, which means there's a lot of trickle-down money that does not get put back into our economy. And I think that's going to have a devastating effect on our economy, and that is why I am opposed to this moratorium. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Roy Lee? Oh, excuse me, Ron Lee.
Hello, my name is Ron Lee. I live at 122 Pine Oak Drive. That's Mr. Fitzgerald's district. I appreciate all that you do, all of you, and I appreciate you allowing me to speak tonight. My wife Nancy and I are home builders, and we have lived here for about 40 years. We've seen many, many positive changes in the parish over those years. Traffic is heavy, but we feel it's getting better. For example, Highway 190 is my experience. I've been going up and down there for quite a few years now. And since the changes were made, it is amazingly better. I-12 changes are coming. That's going to help a ton. That is, of course, late. I think the widening was supposed to be let in or start in 2017. So once that's done, I think that's going to also relieve the surrounding roads. The traffic is there because people want to be here. They want to enjoy the level of positives that are offered in the community. And for example, retail. When we moved here, there wasn't the big box stores. The Walmart wasn't here, Home Depot, et cetera. When those guys moved in, of course, they have to have the traffic in order to make money. They offer things that improve our lives and bring things to us that would not be possible otherwise. They just have to have the traffic in order to make that work. Now that we have representatives at the state level in place on critical committees to be able to get funds that will help, hopefully get the funds, that will help to further relieve the traffic pressures, it's not the time to slow things down. When we want the parish to do something, the first thing we always hear is that there's no money. History shows that for 40 years, the parish has enjoyed many millions of dollars in sales tax, property tax, and many other taxes from the building industry that have helped to advance the parish. For example, new buildings. Of course, the building that we're in here tonight was not here a few years back. New services, animal services. There's a 2-cent sales tax dedicated to roads. There are many, many rural and some not so rural roads that have been paved with those proceeds. Those have all been paid for with the taxes of transactions in the community. We all know that sales transactions in a community cause more sales transactions in the community. It turns is the idea there. Economists estimate that a transaction turns as much as 7 times in a community. The home building industry provides hundreds of millions of dollars in those sales transactions. As those transactions turn through the community, wow, that was fast. Many millions of dollars in taxes are raised. Almost done. Slowing an industry that has such a huge impact will actually provide fewer dollars to go toward the very things the moratorium is trying to fix. We need to keep it going so that everyone that lives here benefits from the economic impact of the industry. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sean Burks.
Thank you, Parish President Cooper, Chairman Bender, Honorable Council. Appreciate the opportunity to speak here. I had an employee that was here tonight. He had to leave early. He has 5 kids. Actually moved here from outside of Seattle, where they had just finished placing a 2-year moratorium in his area. He since moved here to get away from it. What actually happened? It was a mixture of very bad events that happened over there. First was the moratorium, and then what happened, the house prices skyrocketed. His house he bought for $150,000. After 2 years, it was worth $450,000. Sounds great. Bad news was people couldn't afford to live there, and they legalized marijuana, and then they defunded the police. Kind of some of the same elements that we have right here. Then people started living on the streets, started living everywhere. The housing affordability is a huge issue, absolutely huge issue. Moratorium is not the way. We all can get along in a room together. We can all talk. We can solve this problem, but we need to do it. The moratorium is not the solution. If there's an individual area, which we have plenty in the parish, we need to do an individual moratorium on those places. Y'all have already done that. Y'all know it better than anybody. So I just don't want to beat a dead horse, but I want to let you know from firsthand experience, it's a real thing. It's a bad idea. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Miss Nancy Lee? You passing, ma'am? Okay, thank you. Mr. Jeff Sonnenberg? He's going. Okay. Mr. Mark Cuevas?
That was the gentleman that worked for me.
Oh, okay. Mr. John Barry?
Yield.
Yield. Mr. Donnie Jenkins?
Yield.
Mr. Jerry Long?
He had to leave.
Okay. Mr. Philip Moore? Okay. All right. So first, let me thank everyone that has spoken, both for and against, and the different views and everything. I think I can say this for this council. I think we've paid close attention. All of my colleagues, I can tell you, are well-intentioned, and as a group of 14, I don't know one of them that isn't in this job for the right reason. I just want to say that. I'm not referring to myself. I hope I am. But as my colleagues, I respect and appreciate all of them and the hard work that they do. I'm going to make a couple of quick comments before we go to the amendments. I've had a problem since the beginning with a parish-wide moratorium. And it came to my mind with this last gentleman who made the comment. That is how we've handled moratoriums, by, hitting our council districts with what we need. So it just bothers me. That's it. Okay, so moving to what we have, Mr. Davis, we have your motion to your amendment, which everybody has a copy of, seconded by Mr. Lorino, and I'll ask legal counsel, can Mr. Davis agree to add with a motion from, who made the 3-month thing? Excuse me, Chris Candelat. And who made the second? Marty Dean. Sorry, Marty. Do you agree to add that to yours, or do we want to take a separate vote on that? And I'll ask legal counsel.
You can amend your amendment. At this time, I don't want to amend my motion.
Okay. So we're first going to vote on, let's say this. Correct me.
The amendment is printed.
Hold on one second, though. I just needed to ask legal counsel a question. So we will go in order of the amendments. Jimmy, Mr. Jimmy Davis' amendment first. Council has had an opportunity to read the amendment, knows what Mr. Davis' amendment would be. So we have a motion and a second. Please vote.
The motion passes with 12 yeas and 2 nays.
Thank you. Okay, so that would have to lay over until next month, okay, as you just got it. Now, we're going to be looking at the second amendment now, which in essence would change what we just amended only in the sense of taking 6 months to 3 months. And that's Mr. Candelat's motion. Mr. Dean seconds it. Please vote.
The motion passes with 12 yeas and 2 nays.
Thank you. So now we will be having this amended version. Tonight it's being introduced as the amended version with those 2 amendments, okay? The extra zoning classification and 3 months instead of 6 months. That's what will be up for adoption next month, okay? Not that anyone has to leave, but thank you all for your comments and for your courtesy. Yes, sir. Yes. He has a motion, but I don't recall hearing a second. Does anybody want to? I'm sorry?
He said he agreed to the amendment to go from A3 to A4.
No, Mr. Davis would not agree to it. I just asked him. Jake, do you want to put yours forward if we get a second? Okay, excuse me. Thank you for bringing it up. Mr. Arias just received a second, okay? So Mr. Arias' motion is to take the A1 and A2 to not only A3, but A4 as well. Not a PUD, not a PUD. Both or no PUDs. And it's seconded by Mr. Canulet, okay? Seeing no councilman with questions, I'm assuming no one in the audience has any questions, okay? Please vote.
The motion passes with 10 yeas and 4 nays.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to the second one.
Hold on one second.
Excuse me. Man, I'm glad the guy asked that question. Because I knew there was no, I didn't heard a second. Did you, Jay? Jay, did you hear a second? I didn't. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Well, anyway. Okay, moving forward. Okay, under ordinances for adoption, item 3 is ordinance calendar number 6904AA, ordinance to impose a 6-month moratorium on receipt of submissions by the Parish Zoning Commission for rezoning of multifamily property and/or issuance of certain permits by the Parish Department of Planning and Developments for the construction or placement of new multifamily building and structures on property zoned A6, A7, or A8 in wards 8 and 9, District 13. Mr. Airy.
Yeah, not to belabor the point, since I'm sure we've heard enough about moratoriums. This is a targeted moratorium just for apartments, density greater than A6, or I guess A5.
Yeah, A5.
And, or A6, A7, A8.
Yeah.
I have a couple areas in my district that are zoned for very high density developments, and before they can be built, we need to sit down and negotiate. I've already started that process. I anticipate I'll be able to have it done within 6 months. So I'd ask.
Okay, any questions from the council? Audience? Okay, please vote. Well, excuse me, do we have a second? Second by Mr. Mike Smith. Please vote. Item, thank you.
Mr. Lorino, Ms. Tanner. The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
Thank you. Item 4 is ordinance calendar number 6905, ordinance to amend St. Tammany Parish Code of Ordinances, Article 17, parish fees for GIS data maps to remove references to floppy disks. I need a motion and a second.
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Ms. Tanner, seconded by Mr. Drum. Any questions, comments? Please vote.
Mr. Drum, Mr. TJ, Mr. Dean, Mr. Fitzgerald, Ms. Casbon, Mr. Lorino. The motion is unanimous with no one absent.
Thank you. Item 5 is ordinance calendar number 6906, an ordinance to officially name the 50-foot servitude of passage identified on the attached survey to Ski Ranch Road, Ward 3, District 3. Ms. Casbon? Ms. Casbon? Ms. Casbon? Okay. Okay, we're on number 5. You want to make a motion to adopt that? Yes, ma'am. Okay, motion by Ms. Casbon, seconded by Mr. Fitzgerald. Any comments, questions? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 3 absent.
Thank you. Item 6 is ordinance, calendar number 6907, an ordinance to officially name the access driveway identified in the attached survey to Sawdust Lane, Ward 2, District 2. Mr. Fitzgerald. Motion by Mr. Fitzgerald, seconded by Ms. Casborn. Any questions? Please vote.
Mr. Toledano. The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
Thank you. Item 7 is ordinance calendar number 6908, an ordinance to correct the road and drainage inventory to include Howard O'Berry lateral, Ward 6, District 6. Ms. Tanner.
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Ms. Tanner, seconded by Mr. Fitzgerald.
Second.
Mr. Fitzgerald, gotcha. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
Mr. Lorino. Mr. Drum. The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
Thank you. Item 8 is ordinance calendar number 6909, an ordinance to correct the road and drainage inventory to include Cross Street lateral, Ward 6, District 6. Ms. Tanner.
I make the motion.
Motion by Ms. Tanner, seconded by Mr. Dean. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
Mr. Lorino. The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
Item 9 is ordinance calendar number 6910, an ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish to reclassify a certain parcel located on the northeast side of Isaac Road, south of Prosper Drive, Lacombe, in which property comprises a total of .971 acres of land, more or less, from its present A1 suburban district to a PF1 public facilities, Ward 7, District 7. Ward 7, District 7.
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Motion by Mr. Davis to adopt, seconded by Mr. Drum. Please vote.
Mr. Toledano. The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
Thank you. Item 10 is ordinance calendar number 6911, an ordinance amending the official zoning map of St. Tammany Parish to reclassify 5.03 acres of land from its present A3 suburban district to PF1 public facilities district, Ward 8, District 9. Mr. Smith, Mike Smith. Motion by Mr. Mike Smith, seconded by Mr. Canulette. Any comments or question? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
Thank you. Item 11 is ordinance calendar number 6912, an ordinance to correct the road and drainage inventory to include Highway 21 lateral, Ward 3, District 2. Mr. Fitzgerald. Motion by Mr. Fitzgerald, seconded by Mr. Lorino. Any comments or questions? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with no 1 absent.
Thank you. Item 12 is ordinance calendar number 6913, an ordinance establishing a no-through truck zone on West Countryside Boulevard, Ward 1, District 3. Ms. Casborn. Motion by... All right, motion by Ms. Casborn, seconded by Mr. Lorino. Any comments or questions? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
Thank you. Item 13, ordinance calendar number 6914, ordinance to amend St. Tammany Parish Code of Ordinances, Part 1, Chapter 24, Motor Vehicles and Traffic, Oak Harbor Subdivision, speed limits and traffic controls. It's me, so I need a motion. Motion by Mr. Lorino, seconded by? Thank you, Mr. Canulette. Any comments or questions? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with 1 absent.
Item 14 is ordinance calendar number 6915, ordinance to amend the 2022 operating budget amendment 2. This is by request of the administration. I need a motion and a second.
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Ms. Tanner, seconded by Mr. Lorino. Any questions of Ms. Long? Okay, seeing none, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Item 15 is ordinance calendar number 6916, ordinance to amend the 2022 operating budget amendment number 3. I need a motion and a second. Motion by Mr. Canulette, seconded by Mr. Drum. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Item 16 is ordinance calendar number 6917, ordinance to amend the 2022 grants budget amendment number 2. Need a motion and a second. Motion by Mr. Canulette, seconded by Mr. Drum. Any comments or questions? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Item 17, ordinance calendar number 6918, ordinance to amend the 2022 capital improvement budget and capital assets amendment number 16, Justice Center Complex. Need a motion and a second. Motion by Ms. Tanner, seconded by Ms. Casborn. Any comments or questions? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Item 18 is ordinance calendar number 6919, ordinance to amend the 2022 capital improvement budget and capital assets amendment number 17, sales tax District 3, District 1. Mr. Dean. Motion by Mr. Dean, seconded by Mr. Fitzgerald. Any comments or questions? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Mr. Dean, you want to do an off the floor on that one? All right, item 19, ordinance calendar number 6920, ordinance to amend the 2022 capital improvement budget and capital assets amendment number 18, sales tax District 3, District 9. Mr. Mike Smith. Motion by Mr. Mike Smith, seconded by Mr. T.J. Smith. Any comments or questions? Please vote.
Mr. T.J. Mr. T.J. The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Item 20 is ordinance calendar number 6921, ordinance to amend the 2022 capital improvement budget and capital assets amendment number 19, sales tax District 3, District 13. Mr. Airy.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Airy, seconded by Mr. Lorino. Any comments or questions? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Item 21, ordinance calendar number 6922, ordinance to amend the 2022 capital improvement budget and capital assets amendment number 20, public health safe haven facility. Need a motion and a second. Motion by Mr. Jimmy Davis, seconded by Mr. Jake Airy. Any comments or questions? Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Item 22 is ordinance calendar number 6923, ordinance to amend the 2022 capital improvement budget and capital assets amendment number 21, capital sewer and water quality. Need a motion and a second. Motion by Mr. Kurt Drum, seconded by Mr. Canulette. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, please vote. Okay, moving to items
The
off.
motion is unanimous with one absent.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Moving to items off the floor, and as we know, in order to move an item off the floor, it has to be a unanimous yes vote. So well, let's see. No, I need a motion and a second to open the off the floor agenda. Motion by Mr. Lorino, seconded by Ms. Casborn. And remember, we need a unanimous vote. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
Okay, off the floor, item number 1 is ordinance establishing a no parking zone in Council District 13. Mr. Airy, need a motion or comments?
Well, I just want to, yes, the reason why we're doing this off the floor, as you may remember, a couple months ago, we passed an ordinance that strengthened the no parking in the park and ride. So that ran all the 18-wheelers out of there and into my roads. And it's created traffic problems. It's also created damaging the road problems. And we tried to get this in, but we just missed it. But it's an urgent issue. And the problem is the District 13 ordinance right now says you can park there 24 hours. So people are moving their 18-wheelers like a couple inches and saying, I've moved it, so it's not in the same spot, so it wasn't parked there. So this basically says, unless you're actively loading or unloading an 18 or anything bigger than a 3/4 ton pickup truck, you can't do it. So this will allow for enforcement and hopefully keeping these trucks off our roads that are getting torn up and potentially creating accidents. And I think Mr. Smith has an amendment to it.
Amendment Q. Yeah, and for a different reason, I want to offer an amendment to this ordinance to include District 14. While Mr. Airy expressed what's going on in his particular district and this particular situation, it's the same with me, but in subdivisions in my district near his as well. So I'd like to offer an amendment.
Okay.
To include District 14 into this ordinance.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Okay, so motion by Mr. T.J. Smith, seconded by Mr. Airy on his amendment motion. And T.J., yours is identical to his, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Jake, I read yours. I
read
was
it too.
wondering what the heck was going on. That's something. Okay, so we need to make a motion. We need to make excuse me. We need to vote on the amendment. We have a motion by Mr. T.J. Smith, seconded by motion by Mr. Airy, seconded by.
Motion by Mr. T.J. Smith, seconded by Mr. Airy.
Right.
Got it. Got it. We got it. Please vote.
The motion is unanimous with one absent.
It's just for introduction.
Yeah, for introduction, okay. Yeah, we have a motion by Mr. Airy to introduce as amended and seconded by Mr. T.J. Smith. Thank you. Second item off the floor, ordinance to amend the 2022 capital improvement budget and capital assets amendment number 32, sales tax District 3, parish-wide in Districts 2, 3, 6, and 11. I need a motion and a second to introduce. Motion by Mr. Fitzgerald and a second for introduction by Ms. Martha Casborn. Do any council members have any desire to add something to off the floor? Okay. Seeing none, excuse me?
Thank the police officers.
Oh, to thank the police officers. Yes, thank you, officers. A motion to adjourn. Thank you.